This world doesn't need a hero. It's a professional. The Witcher Wild Hunt. Out now. Rated M for mature. Xbox One. Now $349.
Did everyone have a good weekend this weekend? Good. Thank you for coming back, and thank you for being on time. Would the people please call their next witness?
People call Daniel Reed.
Good morning. Can I have you raise your right hand so I can administer an oath? You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of fraud that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name for the record, and please spell your first and last names?
Of course. My name is Daniel Paul Reed, and my first name is Daniel. My last name is Reed, Reed.
Mr. Hanson, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
What is your occupation?
I'm a executive relations analyst with Verizon Wireless.
What is an executive relations analyst with Verizon?
Part of my responsibilities include being a custodian of records for civil and criminal cases, as well as small claims, litigation, arbitrations, mediations, and executive complaints.
How long have you been employed with Verizon Wireless?
10 years.
Specifically, how long have you been an executive in that area, the executive relationship analyst with Verizon Wireless?
1 year.
What are your current duties?
Well, like I stated, I testified to records as far as civil and criminal subpoenas to verify the authenticity of our records. Are you referring to that specific role?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we verify that they're true and accurate records of Verizon Wireless. Also, that they were captured at or near the time that they were placed, and also confirm that these are kept in the regular course of our business.
Have you previously testified in a live trial setting related to the authenticity of Verizon Wireless records?
Yes.
Do you have an approximation how many times?
This is probably the 5th time.
Have you previously testified in a criminal matter related to Verizon Wireless records?
Yes.
Do you, sir, have specific knowledge with how Verizon Wireless maintains their cellular phone records for their customers?
I do. Verizon cellular switches actually track the call processing activity for the Verizon Wireless mobile transmissions in the area. The switches then feed that information into the Verizon Wireless computer system, which feeds the information in the appropriate billing system. The information regarding Verizon Wireless subscriber and the dates, times, and durations of calls for each account is downloaded into the Verizon Wireless billing system to generate a toll record, which the customer receives, essentially bill copy. We then print copies of toll records from the billing system.
Does Verizon Wireless use the same methods for maintaining all of the records related to cellular phone service for their customers?
Yes.
Do you have knowledge of the process that's used when Verizon Wireless receives a records request and how that's transmitted to the person who's requesting the records?
Certainly. Our law enforcement resource team actually receives the request, and then we provide the documents in a digital electronic format on a CD, which is then presented to the requesting party.
To the best of your knowledge, the information that's contained in that digital electronic format, can that be printed out into actual paper form?
Yes, it can.
Is that something that Verizon does?
Verizon Wireless does not.
Prior to coming into court this morning and testifying in this matter, have you had an opportunity to view People's Exhibit 1079, which is the exhibit that's before me here, and I'll come and show it to you here in a moment, but have you had an opportunity to view this particular exhibit?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Do we have the handheld mic right there, Judge?
It should be in the witness. Oh, here, we have it over here. Thank you.
Judge, with the court's permission, I'd like to ask 2 or 3 questions standing here before I go back to the lectern.
That's fine.
Sir, I've handed you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 1079. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
In general, what is this exhibit?
It includes quite a few records, but call detail records, text messaging detail records, also keys to explain what those records mean. I believe there's also some content as well as far as text. So various items in there.
Is this the exhibit that you previously viewed before coming to court today?
Yes, it is.
You can just leave it right there on the witness stand, Mr. Edson. Thank you. Thank you.
People's Exhibit 1079. Is that a duplicate copy of Verizon Wireless records?
Yes, it's a duplicate printed copy.
Those particular records, do they correlate with any particular subscriber cell phone number or target number?
Yes, they do.
What is that number?
It's 858-449-7348.
Do the records that are contained within People's Exhibit 1079, do they fairly and accurately depict the records that are held in the normal and regular course of business by Verizon Wireless?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because again, that's part of my job. We also, as I mentioned, about the number of times I've testified, I've had quite a few more actual subpoena requests, and in each one, we would review the records. So this is quite common. It's just a regular practice of my position.
And did you in fact review the records even beyond this particular exhibit? Did you review the records yourself related to this case?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, are the records contained within People's Exhibit 1079 accurate related to Verizon Wireless records?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, are the information contained within People's Exhibit 1079 made within a reasonable time period associated with the time period that was requested for those records?
Yes.
Finally, sir, do you have personal knowledge, based upon your review and your background for your particular occupation, for the contents of those records?
Excuse me, the content? What?
Yeah, the information that's contained within those records.
Oh, yes.
Judge, at this time, I would move for admission to People's Exhibit 1079.
Any objection? Without objection, People's Exhibit 1079 is admitted.
Sir, if I could have you just put People's Exhibit 1079 up on the kind of the front of your, right there. That's a rather large exhibit. Can you just tell us, in general, what are some of the various sections of that exhibit? What are we looking at?
Well, there's the call detail records, so that's going to explain the numbers that were made and received calls to that phone. There's also the text message detail records, so we can see the actual phone numbers that sent and received any text messages. There is also some text messaging content for a relatively small time frame. There's also, let me just view it again to refresh my memory. Also in the call detail records, there's also cell site information, so that can explain what cell site the call was actually pinging off of when the call was made.
Right. Do you have knowledge in your occupation, in your particular position, about how to actually read a cell phone record?
Yes.
Judge, with the court's permission, I would request to publish one page of that document. I've conferred with counsel on this.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So, People's Exhibit 1079. I think we're going to try and zoom in here a little bit. Okay, so to your back right corner there, and actually, Judge, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes, thank you.
So for purposes of the record and for counsel, sir, I'd like to direct your attention to the section within People's Exhibit 1079 that is referring to CDR site. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
What does CDR stand for?
Call detail record.
Specifically, I'm referring you to page 4 of 8 within that section. Do you see that within People's Exhibit 1079?
Yes.
And then even further in detail, we have on the screen right now a snapshot of some of the page of People's Exhibit 1079 of the page 4 of 8 within the CDR section. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And narrowing it down even more, I've got a pointer behind you if you want to use that, and I'll have you use the handheld mic if you need to stand up.
Okay.
But a particular call that I want to draw your attention to is one that was made on July 20th, 2012 at 030. Do you see what I'm referring to?
Yes.
So what I'd like you to do, sir, is as a way to educate ourselves about this, can you just kind of walk us through that particular phone call from left to right and how to read this in the cell phone records?
Certainly.
If you need to get down, we have a handheld mic right there. So make sure to turn it on.
Mr. Edson, I don't know if the jury can see those numbers from where they're seated. I don't believe they can.
Okay.
If that was your intent, I don't think that that's going to work.
Understood, Judge. What we'll do is we'll make it as large as we can. We'll also talk about it verbally for the jury. For the record, we are attempting to make this particular section larger. Sir, I do want to ask you one additional question. Contained within People's Exhibit 1079, is there an explanation form as to how to read the cell phone records as well?
There is.
Okay. Is that something that you rely on in how to read the different columns related to a cell phone record?
I would rely on that in some circumstances, yes.
Okay. So we've made this as large as we possibly can. What I want you to do, if you would please, is to point to the different columns and then just tell us what they are referring to, if that makes sense.
It does. The only concern is at the top there should be what the name of the column too. I don't know if we can make that included in there, but
okay.
Because aside from that, it's just columns. I mean, I can explain it, but
can you go ahead and explain it?
Yes.
All I'm looking for is I just want you to explain to the jury one phone call and just tell us how to read that phone call in the cell phone records.
Sure.
Thank you.
So this particular call is actually on this line here. Now, you wanted me to explain what's going on with this call?
Please.
Okay. So on July 20th, 2012 at 12:30 a.m., the target number 858-449-7348 called 720-648-0000. The call lasted, I believe that says 18 seconds. It's kind of even hard for me to read. And it pinged off of cell phone tower number 324.
Okay. What I'd like to do now is to go ahead and have a seat for us, please. And though it's duplicative, I'd like you to again go through that particular line now that you have the actual clear record in front of you.
Sure.
That was more just to explain how to read the line.
Okay.
So go ahead, and the call that I'm looking at is again July 20th, 2012 at 0:30.
Yes.
Okay. So what was the phone number making the call?
The phone number that made the call was 858-449-7348.
What was the number that was being dialed?
The number dialed was 720-848-0000.
What time was that call?
12:30 a.m. on July 20th, 2012.
What was the duration or length of that call?
18 seconds.
When you're saying that the call was made at essentially 12:30 in the morning of July 20th, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is that number when it's actually dialed or when somebody hangs up?
That's as soon as the number dials and connects to our network.
Can you just describe, just in general for the jury, how an out-of-state cell phone that is here in Colorado, how that routes through your network?
So, essentially, it's primarily going to see it on inbound phone calls, but because it is a California number, it's going to route through one of our California switches. So, oftentimes you'll see at least two lines for a single call, and it essentially provides a temporary routing number to complete the call. It's still a single call, but because it is based in a different state, it's going to reflect that. Additionally, because we're talking Pacific and Mountain Time, you'll also see an hour time difference as well.
Now, I'd like to be clear that 12:30 a.m. on July 20th, 2012, is that Mountain Standard Time?
That is Mountain Time. That was an outgoing call, so it's not as impacted as if it were an inbound call.
The routing that you just described, does that take a few seconds? Does that add a few seconds to the duration of the phone call?
It's possible. I mean, it's not anything uncommon. It happens all the time.
Do you still have People's Exhibit 1079 in front of you?
Page 4 of 8?
Yeah, do you have the entire exhibit?
Yes, I do.
My next question is, do you have information within Exhibit 1079, I apologize if I said 1079, about the subscriber information?
I do.
Tell me about that, please.
Okay. Okay, 0797348 is listed under Robert Holmes. Would you like me to spell that out?
Yes, please.
Robert is ROBERT. Last name Holmes, HOLMES. At the address of 13310 Sparren, which is SPARREN Avenue, in the city of San Diego, SANDIEGO, California. The zip code is 92129. There's also a contact number as well on here of 858.
Time that it was ringing, say, to the other party and things of that nature.
That would include that time, yeah. It's as soon as it connects to our network, so as soon as the call is established, essentially.
And just so we're all aware, the actual vocal contents of that particular phone conversation, you would not have that, is that correct?
No, we do not have that.
In general, what was the time period that you looked at for this particular exhibit for the phone calls?
I would say the days and weeks leading up to July 20th, specifically starting on July 2nd, which is kind of the first calls made in the month of July.
Okay, what about June?
I looked at it, but not in as great detail.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that there was some information contained in Exhibit 1079 about text messages. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What information is contained within that exhibit related to text messages?
As far as the text messaging, mostly what is available here is the text message detail records, which essentially shows you the numbers that or messages were sent to and from. There is a small amount of text content, but as far as text content goes, we only have about 3 to 10 days that we keep it in our system from the time that it's requested. So there isn't as much of that.
In this particular record, what is the text content that you're referring to? Did you have a chance to look at that?
I did, yes.
Talk about that, please.
All right. So it looks like the content that we did provide here stems from Saturday, July 14th, 2012, all the way up to July the 20th, 2012.
In general, what was some of the content of those text messages?
From what I had seen, it looks like it was alerts sent on our system from Verizon Wireless. I'm not sure what the specific type of alert was. It just states my Verizon Wireless.
Okay, just kind of in layman's terms for us in the jury, what are we talking about here? What's being sent?
Alerts could be, if you're maybe approaching your minutes, exceeding your data plan, things like that. It's just a courtesy alert letting you know of something that's going on with your Verizon Wireless account.
So for the time period that you were able to capture contents of the text messages,
yes,
that's just a matter of days. Is that fair to say?
Correct, yeah, that's all we were able to acquire.
Okay, so in other words, if I were to ask you, could you go back to June, May, regarding content of text messages, you would be unable to do that. Is that fair to say?
Correct, yeah, like I stated, we only have roughly 3 to 10 days from the date you request it. So anything beyond that is not going to be available.
Based on the days that you do have and the contents of the text messages that you do have for that subscriber target number 858-449-7348, does there appear to be any outbound text messages? In other words, that number sent text messages to someone.
Let me check one moment. No, they're all inbound text messages to the phone.
Were you able, in your preparation for testifying here today, to just kind of give a general glance as to the call activities in the months of June and July, the actual phone call activities?
Yes.
Give us your general impression of that.
Sustained.
Going back to the phone call, that 12:30 in the morning phone call, I may have asked this, but I'm going to ask it a different way. The 18 seconds that was related to that, does that include the dialing time, routing that to the actual number?
It basically starts as soon as you hit send on the phone.
Just have 1 moment, please.
Yes.
Nothing further at this time, Judge. Thank you.
Is there any cross-examination, Ms. Spengler? Yes. All right, you may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to start off with the phone call that was made by the target number on July 20th at 12:30 a.m. And the target number that we're talking about is 858-449-7348, correct?
Let me go ahead and pull that page up again. Yes, the target number is 858-449-7348.
And when we talk about target number, what we're talking about is the number that you're collecting data for as an employee of Verizon, right?
Correct. The subscriber number, the number that was requested, yes.
And the subscriber information for that target phone call listed back to a Robert Holmes, correct?
Yes.
And that was in Robert Holmes in San Diego, California.
Yes.
And this was a family account that had 4 phone numbers listed or connected to this single account, right?
Let me confirm that.
And are you looking for the other number account data?
I'm looking to see if that's listed on the subscriber information right now. I don't see that listed in here, so I don't know if that's on another document possibly.
And Your Honor, if I may approach the witness, and I'll show the district attorney what I'm approaching with.
Yes.
This is the content of 1079. I bet it got lost in there. I'm going to show you this document. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, this is in here. It looks like it's the end of the page because they come in Excel format.
Okay. And according to this document, 4 phone numbers listed to that single account relating back to Robert Holmes.
Spangler, just so the record is clear, you're showing him a copy of a page that's part of Exhibit 1079. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes, there are 4 numbers. One of them has a status code of D, which typically means disconnected.
Okay.
But yeah, I do show 4 numbers on here.
Okay. And the number that we're talking about, the 858-449-7348, that number has been in existence since 2006, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, back to the phone call on July 20th. At 12:30 a.m. That was an outgoing phone call, right?
Yes.
And that was going to a phone number 720-848-0000, correct?
Yes.
Made at 12:30 a.m., correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that the 720-848-0000 is the University of Colorado Hospital Medical Hotline?
Unfortunately, the records don't tell us who that number belongs to, so I wouldn't be able to definitively say.
Okay. All right. I want to talk now about, step back and talk about the request that you received.
Yes.
From the Aurora Police Department, requesting these records. Now, in order for these to be accurate and true, you of course need to know what was requested by the Aurora Police Department, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that they made a request for all the records pertaining to the Verizon communications servicing that target phone number.
Yes, looks like we have the request here.
And that includes billing information, subscriber information, correct?
It says the subscriber information, including associated number on the account, incoming and outgoing call detail to include the cell sites, and text message activity reports from May 22nd, 2012 through July 20th, 2012. Did you want to know the additional items?
Well, the information requested by the Aurora Police Department had a time limit on it of May 22nd, 2012 to July 20th of 2012. Is that right? Is that what you just read?
Yes, for that information, correct.
Okay. And then in response, Verizon did provide a number of documents, and I just want to talk about the content of those documents in more detail.
Okay.
Verizon did provide, as we talked about, subscriber information, right?
Yes.
Verizon did include the incoming and outgoing call detail.
Yes.
That's also known as CDR.
Correct.
And that it can include cell site information.
Yes, it can.
And that includes the phone activity, including incoming phone calls.
Yes.
Voicemails that are left.
It'll show the call was forwarded to voicemail.
With an indication of an F.
That's correct.
That would be within that chart that you were shown earlier.
Yes.
We'll also include activity of outgoing phone calls.
Yes.
Also include text message activity.
Yes.
And the text message activity that Verizon was able to provide is actually greater in time than the text content that Verizon was able to provide. Is that right?
Correct. As far as just the, like I stated earlier, the numbers sent to and from. Yes.
Okay. So in terms of text message activity, numbers sent to and from, that spans from May 22nd to July 20th.
Let's see.
And it looks like you're referring back to Exhibit 1079 again?
Correct. Yeah, the text message details, as far as that's concerned, was, it looks like the May 22nd, 2012 through July 20th, 2012.
And just to be clear, the Aurora Police Department, when they made their request, requested records back to May 22nd to July 20th, right?
Yes.
And so that's responsive to their request, right?
Correct.
And then in terms of the actual content of the text messages, that's limited to that 10-day time period between July 10th and July 20th. Is that right?
Let me double check the exact time frame on that again. Yeah, you are correct. July 10th through July 20th.
And that's because Verizon doesn't keep text content longer than approximately 10 days.
Yes.
And then the RTT tower data, range to tower data, that was only available through Verizon from July 12th to July 20th. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I show here.
And then the IP destination report, so that would be any web activity or IP addresses associated with internet activity, that dates back 60 days, correct?
Let me double check.
And again, you're referring to People's 1079?
Yes. Yeah, I apologize. I'm not, I'm sure it's in here, but it's quite voluminous. I'm not seeing it right here, so I don't, want to provide you the incorrect answer as far as the IP records.
Okay. And just to talk about what's contained in 1079, it's not just that call activity and the text messages, but there's also volumes of internet activity that was taking place on the phone. Is that right?
Yeah, it does look like there are some IP addresses here, so that would be data activity.
Okay. I want to talk about the text message activity that's reflected in 1079. And I have copies for you, so it's a bit easier for you to look at this information.
Okay.
Yes. And again, these are copies of paper.
In looking at that, we don't see any text activity on May 29th. Is that right?
No.
No, we don't see any.
Yeah, sorry, no, there is no text message activity.
And no text message activity between June 3rd and June 10th?
That's correct. There's no text activity from June 3rd through June 10th.
No text activity between June 12th and June 15th?
That's also correct.
No text activity between June 20th and 21st?
Yes, that's also correct.
And June 23rd to the 25th?
Yes, that's also correct.
And July 1st?
Yes, there's nothing on July 1st.
And July 3rd through July 4th?
Yes, that's correct.
And July 9th through July 10th?
Yes, that's correct.
And July 12th,
That is also correct.
July 15th, no text activity at all that day.
That is correct as well.
And no text activity at all July 17th through the 18th.
Yes, that's correct.
And between May 22nd and the time of James Holmes' arrest on July 20th at about 12:40 a.m., we're talking about 34 entries of text activity. Is that right? And I did provide numbers on the copy I showed you. You're welcome to check my work on that.
I'll just look at one other thing here. Yes, that's correct, 34.
And you indicated that all of the text messages were incoming. There are actually four outgoing text messages during that time frame. If you'll look at June 1st.
Yeah, earlier I was referring to the text message content records as far as what was being all inbound.
I see. So between July 10th and July 20th, there were no outgoing text messages.
Correct.
Although, if you look on July, and then looking at June 1st, we've got one or two outgoing text messages to the same phone number, correct?
Yes. Would you like me to read the details on that for you?
Let me just know if I've got the phone number correct. 970-443-9340.
That's correct.
And then we don't have another outgoing text message until July 8th. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the record reflects two outgoing texts, one at 8:54 p.m. and one at 9:17 p.m.
That's correct.
And both to the same number.
Yes, that's correct.
And that's that same number I read earlier, 970-443-9340.
That's correct.
Otherwise, the incoming text messages, particularly in the month of July, are either spam or the data alert from Verizon.
That does appear to be the case, yes.
Okay, and a data alert would occur when there's an increased use of a device. Is that right?
Yes, as I stated earlier, that alert could be data, it could be voice. That I can't definitively say what type of alert, only that it is a Verizon wireless alert.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness.
Yes.
I'm now going to approach with what's been marked as DTR1. And I've already shown the district attorney, and I don't believe they have any objection to its submission. Stick numbers on the back of the exhibit.
Okay.
And that's you. Now that's a call detail record for the target number 858-449-7348, correct?
Yes.
And this call data record dates back to May 22nd, or provides the data between May 22nd and July 20th. Is that right?
That was the original request. It looks like the first call we show on what you've provided is May 27th.
And that's a record that's provided by Verizon.
Yes.
And Judge, at this time I'd ask for admission of defendant's TR1, the call data from May 22nd through July 20th.
Is the information on this exhibit contained in Exhibit 1079 or no?
No, not exactly.
Okay. Do the people have a position?
No objection.
All right. Without objection, Exhibit D-TR-1 is admitted.
And the difference between the call data record contained in People's 1079 and what I've handed you as Defense Exhibit 1 is that what's contained in 1079 only dates back to July 20th.
Okay.
Does that sound right? And you're checking 1079?
Yes.
Ms. Spengler, I'm sorry, did I understand you correctly? Did you say that the difference is that the data record contained in People's Exhibit 1079 is that your exhibit is that what's contained in 1079 only dates back to July 20?
I meant to say June 20.
Okay.
Yeah, I show June 22nd of 2012 on here.
All right, so referring to the call data report, Defense Exhibit 1, again, this call data includes the phone activity, which can include the incoming and outgoing phone activity, right?
Yes.
But that's not all. This also reflects when the user uses data services or web services through Verizon on their phone, correct?
Yes.
And that's reflected with a pound 777?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So this document contains more than just incoming and outgoing phone calls.
Yes.
And this document is 7 pages, and so obviously small chunk of that People's 1079 is contained in that call data report in 1079, right?
Yes.
And even within this call data, we don't see any activity on the phone between May 22nd and May 26th. Is that right?
No.
No activity at all between May 29th and June 2nd.
No.
No activity at all on June 4th.
No activity on June 4th.
June 8th through June 10th.
That's correct.
June 12th through June 15th.
That's correct.
June 17th.
That's correct.
June 19th through June 21st.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that part.
June 19th through June 21st.
Yes, that's correct.
And we see an increase of activity June 23rd.
Correct.
See no activity at all June 24th.
That's correct.
See an increase in activity on June 26th and June 27th.
Yes.
Significant increase on June 27th in particular and June 28th.
Yes, there's an increase.
And then no activity at all to July 1st.
That's correct.
July 3rd, no activity at all.
That's correct.
July 7th through 8th, no activity at all.
That's correct.
July 10th, no activity at all.
That's correct.
And July 15th through 16th, no activity at all.
That's correct.
And because this comes up a few times in the records, I did want to talk about out-of-state inbound calls reflecting twice within the records.
Yes.
You explained that earlier. So if we see an inbound call reflected at, let's say, 1:25 p.m. and 2:25 p.m., and it's the same number, you're telling us that's the same phone call.
Yeah, it's usually going to be the 1 hour difference on an inbound call. You will see under the dial digit number field, though, on one of the lines a different number, and that's what we call the routing number, and it's just a temporary number assigned to complete the call on our network.
Okay. Fair enough, I may have a moment.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Do you have any redirect, Mr. Edson? Yes.
Sir, you were asked some questions about within the records some of the data activity, specifically internet activity on the phone. You remember being asked about that?
Yes.
Would your records reflect any sort of data activity that someone uses on their phone from a public Wi-Fi network or a personal Wi-Fi network?
If they were connected through a Wi-Fi network, it should not reflect that as a record because the data would be being utilized through that Wi-Fi network.
What about, like with an iPhone, you're familiar with iPhones, correct?
Yes.
What about something like an iMessage through Apple products? Would that be recorded in Verizon records?
An iMessage would just be recorded as a data. It's not a text message because it goes through the data network.
Okay. So in other words, the web activity that you're referring to on the Verizon records, that's only through web activity that was conducted through the Verizon network. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And would not include any activity that may have been used on a different internet source, like a public Wi-Fi or personal Wi-Fi at one's home?
Correct.
Just gonna have one moment, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Is there any recross? All right, it looks like the jury may have one or more questions, so if you could wait for us, please. Counsel, please approach. the jury has submitted some questions, and based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, I have concluded that these are appropriate, and so I'm going to ask you these questions now. The first question is, from what physical location was the 12:30 a.m. phone call made on July 20th, 2012, if you know from the records?
Let me go ahead and take a look at that. I know the cell site number was 324. What I'm doing is reviewing. There should be a cell site key in here that explains the actual address for that tower.
And you're reviewing Exhibit 1079, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. I apologize, I don't see the actual key that tells the address, so at this time, the only thing I could tell you was that was on cell site number 324.
Okay, the next question is, can you tell from the records if the call originated in Colorado?
Well, the switch that's called the network element name all the way left is Clinton MTX01, which is based off of the towers that we would have pulled. But again, I don't have the cell site key record to give you a definitive location on that, aside from telling you that it's number 324.
So let me ask the question again. The question is, can you tell from the records if the call originated in Colorado?
Because I don't know all the switches and cell towers offhand, I can't tell you that.
All right. The next question is, does data include email?
It could, yes. That's data.
Are there any follow-up questions, Mr. Edson? Yes.
No, thank you.
Any follow-up questions, Ms. Spengler? All right. Thank you, sir. May this witness be released from his subpoena, Mr. Edson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler? All right. Sir, thank you.
Thank you. I've left the documents up here as well.
Mr. Orman, call your next witness, please.
Kelly O'Connor, Your Honor.
Do you want to take back these exhibits, Mr. Orman, or put them on the top shelf there? Thank you. Good morning. Could I have you raise your right hand, please, so I can administer a note? Do you solemnly swear or affirm on a penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. All right, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names?
Kelly O'Connor, Kelly, Kelly, O'Connor, Oconnor.
Mr. Orman, you may proceed.
Thank you. Ma'am, I want to ask you about July of 2012. What was your job back then?
Director for Information Technology at University of Colorado Health.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what University of Colorado Health is, and if you can, just sort of explain how that might be different than University of Colorado Denver?
Of course, the University of Colorado Health is the health system, so the hospital system. University of Colorado Denver is the School of Medicine component.
Even though they're both government entities, would it sort of be like related corporations with separate structures?
Or affiliates, that's correct.
As your job of in charge of data at the hospital, would you consider yourself back then the records custodian for records relating to phone calls and similar issues at the hospital?
Correct.
Did you have access and oversee how all those records were kept?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you about the phone system in general at CU Hospital. Is it okay to call it CU Hospital?
University of Colorado Health, yeah.
All right. How about University Hospital?
That sounds good.
Okay, so at University Hospital, was there a main number?
Yes.
What was that number?
720-848-0000.
So let's say I wanted to call a hospital and talk to someone in the cafeteria about the special at the hospital cafeteria. What number would I call?
You would call that, that main number.
And if I wanted to call and talk to the trauma center, what number would I call?
You may call that main number.
So basically any phone call to the hospital goes to that number?
Yes, unless they have a direct dial number, but typically people will call that main number.
Is it answered by a person or one of those phone tree things where, press 7 for the cafeteria?
If there is a hospital operator available, it'll be answered by a live person. If they're not, you'll have a recording saying, "1 moment, please."
And then what?
You'll hear music until a hospital operator comes on and get your call.
So there's always a hospital operator?
Absolutely.
Did the University Hospital phone system that you oversaw back then keep records of incoming phone calls to that general number for the hospital?
Yes.
In what way did it keep records? Did it keep an audio recording of the records?
It keeps an audio recording if what we call ANI, the automatic number identifier, is passed along by the carrier. We also keep record of that.
Would you keep a record of the time a phone call was made?
Yes.
The length of the phone call?
Yes.
And the phone call, the number, if it's available, that called in?
Yes.
Did you look for any phone calls in your system from a particular California number, 858-449-7348, during the time period of July 19th through July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
When did you do that?
I believe it was on the 22nd.
Did you find any calls?
Yes.
And was that part of the business records of your entity?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach with what I've marked for identification as People's Exhibit 1093A and 1093B, and I have shown these to counsel.
Yes. For clarification purposes, ma'am, when you said on the 22nd, are you referring to July 22nd of 2012?
Yes, sir.
All right.
What is 1093A?
1093A is a CD of the audio recording that was obtained.
And is that an accurate record from the system maintained in the normal course of business by University Hospital?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because I pulled it, and it's on our system, and it's right here on the CD.
And 1093B, what is that?
That's the information that provided us the data of the number that called into our main number from our call accounting system.
And is that something that you pulled that was kept in an ordinary course of business as a part of University Hospital's business?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of 1093A and B.
Is there any objection to what really is P-TR-1093A and P-TR-1093B?
No objection.
All right, without objection, both exhibits are admitted.
If we could please publish 1093B. And can we zoom in on that top part there, the information? Now, see there's a microphone up there, like a Phil Donahue type handheld microphone, and behind you is two little flagpoles that I taped together as a pointer. Could you please tell us what this record is and what it shows?
Yes, this information was provided from our call accounting system, and the call date range is the date that I put in order to pull the data.
Which is what?
7/19/12 to 7/20/12.
Okay, now at the top it says number dialed by UCH extension. What does that mean?
Well, I used a template. We had several templates, but I can manipulate the criteria that is put in there. So I manipulated the criteria to get the incoming dial number, but I did not change the name of the template.
So it really should have said number dialed 2?
Correct.
Okay. So if you can tell us then, what is this information below the dates?
Here, I asked it to include any number. That was the 858-449-7348, including incoming calls only for that number.
And then what does it show?
It shows that a call came in at 12:31 a.m. on 7/20/12. The Annie was this number here.
And what did you just say that number meant?
This is the incoming. This is the number that called, the incoming.
Like when you see a caller ID on your phone?
Correct.
Please continue.
The number of minutes, and with this system, it will only register if it is 0.8 seconds. So if somebody were to call and it was 2 seconds, it wouldn't have registered, so it had to have been 0.8 seconds, and it was no cost to the hospital. Typically, if I was doing something that was long distance related, it would say the cost, but typically incoming, we're not going to see that.
And then over just at the left, it says PBS extension. What does that mean?
That's that denotes the station that the hospital operator was using that evening.
Thank you. You can take your seat again and turn off the microphone. I want to ask you a couple questions about 1093A. Is that the entire phone call?
Yes.
Start to finish?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to play 1093A.
You may.
Oh, sorry.
Can I help you?
And I don't know if we got the whole thing. If we could, it's very short. If we could just play that again from start to finish, so we make sure we get the whole thing.
Any objection, Mr. P?
Can I help you?
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any cross-examination?
Good morning.
And you said, excuse me, I should probably wait till I get behind the microphone here. You said that this is a general extension for University Hospital itself. Is that right?
It's the main number to University Hospital.
It's the switchboard number, right?
Correct.
And you said that would be the number that people would call to contact anyone virtually at University Hospital, unless you had the direct dial number.
That's correct.
Now, this call went through basically after midnight. Is that right?
Correct.
I'm assuming that most of the folks at the University Hospital, or a lot of them, those direct dial numbers may not be answered.
Correct.
If they're, outpatient services, for example, that would operate during normal business hours.
You would still be able to dial, but you would get a menu system. You wouldn't get a live person. That's correct.
So in order to get a live person, you would have to call the switchboard number because there is a switchboard operator, a live human being, during the evening hours. Is that right?
They're staffed 24/7, and if somebody did call a number that was not staffed, so for example, an outpatient service, then the option that they're given after hours will get them to the hospital operator.
I see. And do you know whether or not the voice we heard on that recording was a live operator answering the phone, or whether it was a voice recording?
It was a live operator.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Any redirect, Mr. Orman?
Thank you. If the phone number from California had dialed any direct number at your hospital, would your search have picked that up?
Yes,
So this was the only phone call from that number for that time period.
that's correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any recross, Mr. King?
Yeah.
And it doesn't look like the jury has any questions. May this witness be released from her subpoena? Please. Is there any objection? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
The people call Theodore Maples.
Good morning, sir. Could I have you raise your right hand for me, please, so I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir. I'll do.
Okay, please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names.
Theodore Maples Jr. T-A-T-O-D-O-R-E. Maples, M-A-P-L-E-S.
Right.
Jr.
Sorry, thank you. I'm going to ask you to pull the microphone closer to you, sir.
In the winter months, San Angelo, Texas.
Do you come to Colorado for the summer months?
Yes, ma'am, we do. We come up here and we volunteer different places.
In the summer of 2012, were you spending the summer here in Colorado?
Yes, ma'am, at Briars Canyon shooting range,
Where?
Hot Sulphur Springs.
And I'm sorry. And what do you do? What did you do up there?
Well, we took care of the low campgrounds, and we also took care of the shooting range. We replaced the backboards and just generally done little repairs and watched over the range.
Was that a volunteer job?
It was volunteer, strictly volunteer.
Do you know who runs the Byers Canyon shooting range?
It's Colorado Division of Wildlife, or Parks and Wildlife now.
Is it a range that anybody can go to?
It's free range. Yes, ma'am, it's free range.
Is there much supervision at that kind of range?
Not much at all. A little bit. I mean, we would drive in there periodically at different times and check the backboards and check things like that.
Did you see people who came to use the range?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Now, you said that the Byers Canyon range is near Hot Sulphur Springs?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 4742. You recognize this?
Yes, ma'am. Off of Highway 40. Yeah.
Does this fairly and accurately appear to be a map of parts of Colorado?
Yes, ma'am. I think so. Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of People's Exhibit 4742.
Any objection? No. All right, without objection, P-TR-4742 is admitted.
May I publish that, Your Honor?
Yes.
Could I have 4742 up, please? Mr. Maples, looking at this map, can you identify on this map roughly where Hot Sulphur Springs is?
Well, it's right up there where you, about the area there where you got that, I guess that's the little symbol there by the interstate, the Highway 40 highway sign.
And is Hot Sulphur Springs on Highway 40?
Yes, ma'am. It's back to the east just a little bit. The little town Hot Sulphur Springs is.
Is the Byers Canyon shooting range also on Highway 40?
Yes, ma'am. It's if you were going back to the west, it'd be on your right hand side.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 4830. Do you recognize what is in that photograph?
Yes, ma'am. That's the range we took care of. During the summers of 2012.
Does this photograph fairly and accurately represent what the range looked like?
I think so.
Your Honor, may I move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 4830?
Any objection? No. Without objection, P-DR-4830 is admitted and may be published.
Could I have 4830 up, please? Now, Mr. Maples, in looking at this, I see Highway 40 and then I see some just sort of perpendicular lines off of that. Can you explain what we're looking at in this photograph?
Well, the view to the front far left is a pistol range. The next little area you see there is shotgun range, and then the next one is 22 range, and then the rest of them are a rifle range, and one down at angle is a handicap range. It's a handicap range.
So if a person was at the range shooting, they would be shooting towards what is the top of the photograph?
They'd be shooting at that direction, yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
And then this allows people with different kinds of firearms to go on different lines to shoot?
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you were working at the range, would you monitor people or see the people who were shooting on the different lines?
We did at times, and if somebody was doing something wrong, we asked them to leave.
Do you recall at some point in the summer of 2012 a person coming to the range who looked different than the people you normally see at the range?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Can you describe what that person looked like?
The only thing I remember is the orange-red hair really set out.
What color skin did he have?
It was light complected. White.
And white?
Yeah, Caucasian.
Do you recall what kind of build he had?
I think this medium build. Mm-hmm.
But you recall the hair?
I recall the hair. Mm-hmm.
Do you recall when you first saw this person come to the range?
Yes, ma'am, I think so.
When was that?
Well, he was on the pistol range, and then he later moved, that same day, he moved to shotgun range.
Do you recall what month that was?
No, ma'am, I don't for sure.
When do you estimate that you first saw this person up there?
Mm-hmm. It was probably sometime in June, but I don't really. It's been so many years, I don't remember.
Do you recall whether it would be early June or late June?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Do you, the first time that you saw him, what drew your attention to noticing what lines he was on and where he was shooting?
I guess it was the red hair, the orange colored hair. You know, if he hadn't had it there, it'd just been like anybody else. But he said that really flagged us, to see that there.
Do you have any idea of how long the person with the red hair stayed on the range the first time that you saw him there?
No, ma'am. It was maybe a couple of hours or something like that, but could have been a little longer.
Did you ever see that person return to the range again?
Yes, a little while later, he'd come back out there.
Do you have any idea of how much later?
It's probably at least a couple of weeks. I don't know, a week or two. I'm not real sure.
When the person came back again, did they still have the red hair?
Yes, ma'am. Still had the red hair.
Do you recall where that person shot that day, or what kind of firearms?
Shot at the pistol range, and then he moved down to rifle range.
Do you remember what kind of a firearm he was shooting at the rifle range?
Yes, it was like an AR-15, that style rifle.
When you saw the person at the shotgun range, do you recall what kind of firearm that was?
It was like a tactical shotgun, a home defense one that's a short barrel, a sawed-off shotgun.
Not the kind you would use to hunt with?
No, ma'am.
Really long?
Not for bird hunting or anything like that.
Did you ever speak with him?
I did not. My wife did.
Were you with your wife?
Yes.
When you approached him?
Yes.
And what did he say?
You're asking what
did the defendant
said?
Yes, what did the person say?
I heard him say that.
Hold on.
Okay.
With that clarification, are you still objecting to hearsay? Yes. All right. Will counsel please approach? All right. The objection is sustained. Ms. Pearson, how many more questions do you have for this witness?
Just a few.
Just a few more? Okay.
Mr. Maples, without talking about what this person said, did you and your wife approach the person with orange hair on the range?
Yes, we did.
And where did you approach him? Where was he at the time?
On the rifle range.
Looking at this map up here, which end is the rifle range?
It'd be in the front of excuse me. It's a right hand, down the right hand. He was down toward the end of the range. I don't remember exactly which one.
Do you recall the second time that you saw the person with orange hair, how long he was at the range?
Probably at least a couple hours. I'm not too sure we didn't stay around. We left.
Now, do you recall at some point talking to an FBI agent in July of 2012 about what you saw at the range?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And do you recall telling them that you believed you had first seen this person at the range somewhere either in the end of June or the 1st of July?
I think so. Mm-hmm.
Do you recall further telling them that the second time you saw him, you thought it was about a week later?
I think it was a week. Mm-hmm.
One moment, please. Well, that was bound to happen. 1 second. Thank you, Mr. Maples.
Wait, hold on, sir. Hold on just a second. There may be some questions by Mr. Gibb. Do you have any questions?
No, you can go.
There are no questions by the jury. Okay, thank you, sir. May he be released from his subpoena, Ms. Peterson?
You may, Your Honor.
All right. Any objection?
None.
Okay, thank you. All right, folks, it's 10 after 10, and so let's go ahead and take our morning break at this time. Let's take 20 minutes, please. Keep all of my admonitions in mind. They all apply during the break, and I'll see you back here at 10:30. Like that the jury has left the courtroom now. Everyone may be seated. Let's go on break. I'll see everyone back here at 10:30. Thank you. The court will be in recess.
All right.
Hello, Syracuse. Mike Romano here for Romano Mazda. And if you're shopping these Nissan Sentra, or Honda Civic? Listen to this. Lease a brand new 2015 Mazda 3 with a new body design and Skyactiv technology for $160.
Michigan Holmes, case number 12CR1522. The record should reflect that we are outside the presence of the jury at this time. I've been informed that one of our jurors, juror number 872, is having some tooth pain. She broke a tooth over the weekend. And so what I'm going to do is allow her to go to the dentist to have that addressed. She's called somebody, and they told her it would take an hour and a half to 2 hours. So we'll just take a long lunch break and have everybody come back at 1:30. So I'm going to bring the jurors in, tell them what's going on, and then allow them to go to lunch for a few hours, a little less than a few hours. All right? Okay, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Members of the jury, one of you is having a lot of tooth pain as a result of a broken tooth that apparently happened this weekend. And she's been a trooper this morning, but the pain has increased. And so with my permission, she has made an appointment to get that fixed. So what we're going to do is take a break so that she can do that, and then have you all come back at 1:30. It'll just be a long lunch break for all of you. Since we're taking almost 3 hours for lunch, I want to make sure that you're clear that the advisements that I've been giving you throughout the trial continue to apply. All of them are mandatory, all of them are extremely important, and all of them apply to each and every one of you. So please continue to abide by all those advisements. At some point in the next couple of days, I'll give them to you again in full, but I am comfortable that all of you know them by heart now and understand how important they are. So let's take a break, and let's have you back here at 1:30, okay? Let's have you back a little bit before that if you can, so that we can start right at 1:30. So why don't you plan to be back at about 1:15, okay? 1:15 or so, no later than that. Thank you. The court will be in recess. To reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom, please be seated, everyone. Since we have a little time, Ms. Nelson, is now a good time for you to make further discussion on the 3 cases that you cited on the issue of injuries. There were 2 cases from Colorado and 1 case from the Wisconsin Court of Appeals. I read all 3 cases. I read them over the weekend, but I promised you last week that if you wanted to make a further record with respect to those 3 cases, that I would let you do that. So,
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't think I have any additional argument with respect to the Wisconsin case or with respect to that issue in particular. I did want to make an additional record. Obviously, now that the court has had an opportunity to review the 2 cases that I cited that have to do with evidence that is introduced for the purpose of establishing issues or facts that are undisputed. I cited those cases to the court
simply to provide the court some authority for the argument that I had previously made, that is pertinent to the court's inquiry into the probative value of evidence. In other words, if the evidence is being introduced for the purpose of establishing a fact or an issue that is not in dispute, it has very little probative value. So that's the reason why I brought those cases to the court's attention. I wanted an opportunity, in addition, to make a supplemental argument with respect to that issue in particular, which had to do with the prosecution eliciting testimony from a number of victims concerning their ability to recognize the sound of gunshots and whatnot. Because I failed to cite to the 8th Amendment to the United States Constitution and Colorado Constitution Article 2, Section 20, and I wanted to make sure that I cited those constitutional provisions with respect to that issue. This, as the court is well aware, is a case in which the prosecution is seeking the death penalty, and if there is a conviction in this case and we proceed to a sentencing hearing, the jury is going to be given an instruction that they can consider evidence that is introduced during the merits phase of the trial at sentencing. I am sure we will have some discussion and argument about the limitations of that consideration. However, not only do we believe that introducing repeated testimony, cumulative testimony that bears upon undisputed issues in the case violates 403 and due process with respect to the merits phase of the trial, but we also would object under 403 due process and Mr. Holmes' right to a fair and reliable sentencing proceeding under the 8th Amendment and Colorado Constitution Article 2, Section 20, with respect to the admissibility of that evidence and the jury's consideration of it during any potential second phase of the trial or sentencing phase of the trial. So I just wanted to make that additional record citing those constitutional provisions for the court.
I don't remember a discussion about the last part of the record that you just made. I remember the discussion related to injury. We've had quite a bit of discussion on that. I don't remember an argument or an objection to cumulative in terms of the sound of gunshots and whether victims recognize that sound. I know that there have been objections to witnesses being able to state what their background is. For example, having a background in the military and being able to rely on that background in order to testify that based on that background they could tell what they were hearing were gunshots or that it was coming from a specific type of weapon. The objections, as I have understood them and as I remember them, have had to do with the relevance of the question with respect to the background of the witness. I don't recall having a discussion about cumulative in terms of that specific issue, in terms of the specific issue about the sounds of weapons that may have been used or that were used during the shooting.
That was the issue that I was referring to. I may not have used the phrase cumulative or the word cumulative in making that initial argument, but the reason I'm bringing this up again and citing these additional constitutional provisions was because part of my argument with respect to that testimony is that the fact that gunshots were fired in the theater, the type of weapons that were used, those are facts that are not disputed in the case. And so that was what the additional authority went to, right? And the argument is that that testimony from the witnesses on that issue of recognizing the sound of gunshots and how they're able to recognize those sounds is going to an undisputed issue in the case. It therefore has little probative value, and it's inadmissible under 403 in due process.
All right. I don't remember a cumulative objection with respect to that, but if you have an objection to a question, you have to make it at the time the question is asked. I have ruled on the objections that have been made. The issue that we have been discussing has to do with the injuries. So to the extent that this argument is related to that issue, I understand. To the extent that this is a separate objection, it's untimely because the witnesses have testified now. It may apply to witnesses who have not yet testified, but I cannot do anything about it with respect to witnesses who have testified already. So, do the people want to respond, Mr. Orman?
The defendant's lawyer keeps talking about matters not disputed. And I've seen the cases that she cited, which seem to be mentioning that in somewhat of an offhand fashion. And I still don't understand really what it's supposed to mean. It's not disputed. Does that mean in closing argument we can say, oh, it's not disputed, but that's not a fact in evidence. The facts in evidence are the evidence that is presented by witnesses through testimony, and the real evidence that is presented, and the photographic evidence that is presented. And by real evidence, I sort of mean it in the technical sense of physical objects that are presented to the court. It seems to me what they're saying is they're not disputing that the defendant went into the theater and shot all these people and killed these people. Okay, fair enough. Although, frankly, Your Honor, the opening statements I heard did not specifically say that. In fact, Ms. Spangler described the defendant as the only quote-unquote suspect. She didn't describe him as the person that did it. If they'd wanted to really not dispute things, they could have got up and they could have said, this is what he did and this is what we're saying what he did. They didn't do that. They danced around it in opening statements for whatever reason they have, and I'm not saying that they should have done an opening statement in any way that I think they should have done it, but they didn't do that. Additionally, Your Honor, regardless of whether they dispute that their client is the only person that went in there and shot these people, the manner in which he did it, the order in which he fired the guns, the number of shots, the speed of the shots, the way that the gun was held, where the people were shot, the type of injuries, and what they heard and observed are not something that I think can be not disputed. When they say not disputed, what they mean is they don't like our evidence and they don't want us to present it. Well, I think it's important that the jury considering this case, considering whether the defendant is guilty, needs to hear all the evidence that they can hear from the people that were there and what they observed and what order the guns were fired in and how many shots were fired. And even if they say, okay, one person has described that, well, everybody in this courtroom knows, at least everybody that has done trials in this courtroom knows, that witnesses have different perceptions of the facts. One witness can come in and say, I heard this. Another witness can come in and say, I heard this. When you have an auditorium filled with about 400 people, you're going to get some very different perspectives that may be based on experience, that may be based on stress, that may be based on where they were sitting, or what they were thinking about, or who they were with and concerned about, and so forth. You're going to hear different perspectives. The jury is entitled to hear that. And frankly, Your Honor, I don't know what could not be in dispute about that. Frankly, the jury is the one that has to determine what the facts are. I don't determine what the facts are. The defense attorneys don't determine what the facts are. And with all due respect, you don't determine what the facts are. The jury determines what the facts are. And the way they do that is considering all the relevant evidence. And the fact that two people can hear different things from different perspectives, I think by nature, Your Honor, indicates that it is not cumulative in any way. Because at least the evidence I've heard, people have differences in what they've observed, what they've heard, what they saw, what they smelled. And that is all part of the human experience of encountering situations and recounting what they have observed. So I think that the defendant's assertion that he doesn't dispute things is not actually the facts of this case. The facts of this case are we need to prove what happened, and that's what we're doing. And unless you have any questions for me, Your Honor, that's all I got to say.
No, not at this time. Ms. Nelson, anything else from you?
Your Honor, in any criminal case, there will be issues that are disputed and issues that are not. I think we have all been litigating this case for 3 years. I think we're all well aware of which issues are disputed. I understand that the prosecution has to prove their case, but they still have to do it in a way that complies with the rules of evidence. We may disagree about where that line is drawn, but the defense is going to make objections that we believe we need to make to protect Mr. Holmes' constitutional rights.
And you should. But I think there's a difference between saying we don't dispute this particular thing or we don't dispute that particular thing and then looking at the bigger picture and determining whether something is really in dispute or not. I have indicated before that I think the nature, character, extent, and severity of the injuries goes to whether the defendant intended to cause the death of all the surviving listed victims in this case. And that issue is not undisputed. The issue about whether he intended that is certainly in dispute in this case. It's very much in dispute. Similarly, the issue as to whether the defendant acted under circumstances evidencing universal malice with extreme indifference to the value of human life generally, that issue is very much in dispute. The issue whether the defendant knowingly engaged in conduct that caused grave risk of death to others, that's very much in dispute. The issue of insanity is at the heart of this case, and insanity under Colorado law requires the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not insane. And as you know, one of the tests for insanity under Colorado law has to do with whether the defendant suffered from a mental disease or defect that prevented him from forming the culpable mental state that is an element of a crime charged. And I just talked about a couple of those culpable mental states that are involved here. I just talked about intent, and I just talked about knowingly doing something. So to the extent that this evidence goes to intent, to the extent that it goes to universal malice, manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life, to the extent that it goes to knowingly engaging in conduct that creates a grave risk of death to others, then it also goes to the issue of insanity, that's the case. That's what this case is about. And that issue is not undisputed. But beyond that, I agree with Mr. Orman. What I remember from opening statements was statements that were made carefully. And it almost seems like you're trying to ride two horses. On the one hand, you're not quite conceding that the defendant committed the shooting. On the other hand, you keep saying this is not disputed and the only issue in dispute is insanity. And what I remember hearing from Mr. King's opening statement was that there's no dispute that the shooting occurred. And then he said something like, the defendant has pled not guilty by reason of insanity, so he has essentially conceded that he pulled the trigger. That's at best qualified. Essentially, conceding means basically or kinda or pretty much. And then Mr. Orman indicated what was said during the second part of the opening statements by Ms. Spengler, which is she said he was the only suspect present. So there's not even a clear concession with respect to the act of the shooting having been committed by the defendant. And so these are issues that are very much in dispute, and the prosecution is entitled to prove these elements and to meet its burden of proof however it feels it needs to do it, so long as it is within the rules of evidence. If there is an objection to cumulative, then you have to make it in a timely fashion, and I will rule on that objection. But I think that the nature, the character, the severity, and the extent of the injuries goes to all these issues, and I tried to set parameters that are reasonable. Generally speaking, I think what I have allowed is first, I've allowed the surviving listed victims to talk about the appearance of the wounds or injuries as they happened while they're in the theater. Second, I have allowed a brief description of the injury that was actually diagnosed by medical personnel. Third, I have allowed whether hospitalization was required, and if so, where and for how long. Four, I have allowed evidence as to whether surgical procedures were required to address the injuries, surgical or other similar procedures. And then finally, the result of the injuries. What is the result after the medical intervention? What is the result? What is the injury? The permanency of the injury included in that. And it's been brief what I have allowed. And when one witness tried to go into how a year later he started losing weight and he was having mood changes, and that was affecting him. I stopped him, and I said that goes too far. Similarly, if a witness wanted to talk about how in the hospital after the surgery he had to be placed on a specific diet because of the anesthesia, and that was making him sick, and he was in a lot of pain, those kinds of that kind of testimony would not be allowed. But I think in order for the jury to get a fair, accurate, and complete picture of the nature and character of the injuries, the extent of the injuries, if you will, they had to have the information that I'm allowing. And so, to the extent that the prosecution is introducing evidence for the purposes of fairly and accurately painting the picture of the injury or describing the injury, it's fair game. To the extent that it goes beyond that, or to the extent that it is being introduced simply to draw the jury's sympathy, then it's out of bounds, and that will not be allowed. So those are sort of the parameters that I have said, and what the prosecution has to ask itself before questioning witnesses is, how do we fairly and accurately describe the injury to the jury? That's the question, because that's what they're allowed to do, and that's what I think is relevant to the issues that I have mentioned. So, all right, with that then, it's 5 till 11. I'm going to take a break, and Ms. Nelson, sorry, was there something else?
No, Your Honor, and I understand what the court is saying. I just wanted to make clear that this whole issue about undisputed facts really goes to the second argument that I made last week about the victims and the fact that they have military training, and that's how they're able to recognize the sound of gunshots in the theater. And, you know, we're making this argument about the facts that are not in dispute with respect to very specific issues. And so it's the specific issue, like, we're not disputing the gunshots were fired in the theater. That's what, you know, we're objecting to that specific testimony, or we did object last week to that specific testimony as to that specific issue. And so the argument that I was making about the undisputed facts, it really had to do with that specific issue and not so much the injuries. I just wanted to make that record clear.
Okay, so you're not arguing that in terms of the injuries, that the injuries should be, the testimony and the injuries should be limited because the facts that the injuries are relevant to are undisputed?
No. We are making an argument that the injuries, the testimony about the injuries should be undisputed, but I don't specifically recall. I may have just completely bungled that sentence. We are making an objection with respect to the extent of the testimony about the injuries, and we are making an argument that the testimony about the extent and nature of the injuries should be limited in some fashion, and that at some point it crosses the line and violates 403, due process, the 8th Amendment, and Colorado Constitution, Article 2, Section 20, because the risk of unfair prejudice substantially outweighs its probative value.
Where do you think the line should be drawn? Do you think it should be limited to just what the witnesses observed in the theater? For example, we had a witness who said, all of a sudden I felt a burning sensation in my leg, and I looked down, and I was bleeding profusely, and my jeans were shredded. Should it be limited to that?
I think it's a case by case basis, witness by witness issue, but brief testimony about the nature and severity of the injuries. That's about all I can say out of context.
Right, and your inability to articulate exactly where the line should be drawn, I think, highlights the difficulty in drawing that line. And I'm trying to do the best I can in drawing that line while applying the rules of evidence, and specifically Rule 403. In the example that I just gave, I think it would be improper for me to draw the line right there, because that doesn't accurately and fairly describe the injury suffered by that witness. For example, that witness later found out that her femur was shattered. She didn't find that out on her own. She found that out when she got to the hospital, and it was diagnosed as a shattered femur. And so as a result of that, she needed to have a plate and later 2 rods put into her leg, and she had to be in the hospital for, I think, 30 days, and she had to undergo multiple surgeries. And even now, she says she still is going through physical therapy because she has numbness in her leg. And so the injury was so severe that it damaged her leg to the point that she, almost 3 years later, is still having numbness in her leg, and she has 2 rods in her leg because her femur was shattered. That's a description, a fair and accurate description of the injury. Now, in that case, I made an exception. I let her mention that she was still attending physical therapy, but only because that went to sort of the result of the injury, the end result of the injury, the permanency of the injury. That was relevant because she's still feeling numbness in her leg after all this time. And so I think that's part of the extent of the injury. But generally speaking, I have not been hearing witnesses talk about physical therapy and things to that effect. So again, you're right, Ms. Nelson, is on a case-by-case basis, but it's not an easy line to draw, and I'm trying to do it with the criteria that I have discussed, which is what is relevant is what the people need to present in order to accurately, fairly, and completely describe the nature and extent of the injury to the jury. I can't put it in any other terms, and I've given you the parameters that I've generally set, and it's brief testimony with respect to each of those parameters. It can't be a lengthy discussion. This is not a civil lawsuit where pain and suffering might be relevant. That's not what it's about. And the prosecution is not allowed to try to get the jury's sympathy or to prejudice the jury against the defendant by introducing evidence of pain and suffering just by itself. So I can't do any better than what I've done in terms of the discussion. Now, as far as the gunshots and what witnesses are hearing, again, I think this is a new argument. I'm not aware that this was made before. And to the extent that this objection needs to be raised, and you need to raise it in a timely fashion. But generally speaking, the witnesses that have been allowed to testify to this have given brief testimony about what they heard and what they recognize in terms of those sounds, and that was based on their experience. And I don't think that's improper testimony. That's testimony that goes to the surrounding circumstances of the shooting, and it also goes to some of the elements that I mentioned earlier, all of the elements that I mentioned earlier. I understand that the defense is not disputing the shooting itself, but this goes to issues that are in dispute. And so you can't say, well, we're not disputing the shooting, so therefore you can't introduce any evidence of what the witnesses heard or what they experienced as the shooting happened, because that's irrelevant, because that's not in dispute. I'm considering that, but I still think it's probative. I still think the probative value of the evidence is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. I don't know what unfair prejudice there is when the jury knows coming into this that there was a shooting. They have heard a lot of evidence about it. And I should add, by the way, that I have given them an instruction repeatedly and will continue to do so about the fact that they should not allow sympathy and prejudice to enter any of their decisions throughout the trial. And I will continue to remind them about that. But this is something that I have been telling them about in terms of advisements. It's something that we spoke to them about in individual voir dire, and so they're prepared for this. It's not like they're hearing it for the first time or watching the evidence for the first time. This is something that we talked to them about in the questionnaire, we talked to them about in individual voir dire, and to some extent, we talked to them about in general voir dire. So I am comfortable that this is admissible. All right, with that, I'll let you go on break. I'll see you back here at 1:30. The court will be in recess. Thank you.
This world doesn't fade. It's a professional. The Witcher Wild Hunt, Outbound, rated M for mature. Xbox One, now $349.
Gotta tell you, my favorite movie, Big Lebowski. Oh,
Call of Duty.
greatest movie of all time.
Two, the record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. Juror number 872 is back and she's ready to go. I think she has a follow-up appointment at 6, but she should be able to make that appointment if we finish at 5 or so, which I'm anticipating we will do. Okay, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch, at least 23 of you. And the one of you, I appreciate your willingness to do this over the lunch hour and to continue. Let me ask the prosecution at this time to call its next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The people call Glenn Rotkovich.
For me, please, so that I can administer an oath. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. All right, please be seated. Could you please state your full name for the record, and then please spell your first and last names?
Glenn Allen Rotkovich. First name is Glenn. Last is Rotkovich.
And did you say your middle name was Allen?
Yes, sir.
How do you spell that?
Allen.
Thank you. Mr. Edson, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How are you employed?
I'm a firearms instructor and own a shooting range. Lead Valley Range.
Sorry, what is the name of your shooting range?
Lead Valley Range.
Where is that located?
East of Byers on US Highway 36, east of Denver.
How long have you owned the Lead Valley Range?
It's in its 8th year of operation.
What is your specific title in relation to the Lead Valley Range?
Managing member.
Do you own the Lead Valley Range?
Yes.
Do you have any employees?
Yes.
How many, roughly?
Paid employees 2. Staff that works it, which is family, another 5.
What is the Lead Valley Range?
It's a privately held outdoor shooting range that's basically a membership range. You have to be a member to use the facilities.
How would one become a member of the Lead Valley Range?
A couple of different ways. They can go online, pull an application, and email it to me, come out and fill out an application. mail one, any number of ways that they could get it to us, and at that point in time, then that is reviewed, and they must make what we refer to as an orientation after they paid their fees, and in order to use the range. Nobody's allowed to use it that hasn't gone through orientation.
You said specifically that one way is people can email membership applications to you. Do they actually go to you personally?
They end up to me personally. They most of them mail them to the email address of membership Lead Valley Range, but I'm the only one who answers that email.
Those who wish to become members of the Lead Valley Range, at some point must their membership application process go through you?
Yes.
Those who wish to become members of the Lead Valley Range, must they at some point, even if they come to you in person, must they fill out some sort of membership application?
Yes.
Those applications, do you keep them somehow within the course of your business?
The ones that physically join, we keep forever, as long as they're members and they're there. Most of the others, we keep them for a length of time. If they never join or anything, then eventually they're destroyed in about 6 months.
Specifically, I'm going to refer to membership applications that are done over the internet,
okay,
as opposed to face-to-face. Those type of membership information or membership applications, does your Lead Valley Range and you as the owner of Lead Valley Range, do you keep those applications in the ordinary course of business just like you described?
Yes, definitely.
Can someone become a member or otherwise participate in shooting activities at the Lead Valley Range without being a member?
Only on special events where we're doing we do an event like a pumpkin shoot every year, and we do allow non-members to show up on that day, but it's a controlled, specific use event, and that particular one's pistols only.
Okay. Roughly how many members would you have right now?
A little over 550.
I'm going to be directing your attention back to June of 2012, and the last part of June in 2012. Roughly how many members did you have during that time period?
Probably right around, probably about 450, 475.
I'm going to draw your attention specifically to the date of June 25th, 2012.
Okay.
Some foundational questions. First of all, were you still the owner of the Lead Valley Range on that date?
Yes.
Were you still the individual who reviewed all membership applications? Would that also include membership applications that occurred online?
Yes.
Just for kind of brief background, if one were to apply for membership of the Lead Valley Range online, how do they do that?
They can download the form from the website, fill it out, then in turn rescan it, whatever term you want to use, to put it back in email form, and then send it to the address, and usually they all go to the membership address.
What is the normal course of the membership process when somebody applies online? Obviously, you don't see them face to face. What is the next step in the procedure once somebody fills out that form and sends it in?
I get it, print it, read it, and anything related to it on the email, print it out, then take that copy, put them on a list, and make a phone call to that person to say, I've got your information, you have questions for me, ask them some questions and stuff back and forth to get a feel for the person's general attitude, who they are, what they are. They then are assigned, if they're ready to join at that point in time, they're assigned to come to the next available orientation. And then they would come out at the orientation, if not before, meet with me and everybody else, with the staff, and go through orientation, which is about an hour and a half to 2 hours of orientation. And when that's finished and all the paperwork and everything is done, then they can go through membership.
Your range, once somebody is a member, is there supervision associated with that?
There's somebody on property about 90% of the time at all, when we're there during operating hours. Certain days, because they have access 7 days a week to be able to come and go when they want. They have a gate code. There are some days, Christmas, Easter, I'm going to be with my family, so there are some days where there wouldn't be as much supervision there would be other days.
Okay. Final question on this line of topics is there some implementation at your facility where members only have the access to your range? You talked about it.
For stopping anybody else from coming in?
Exactly.
Yeah, there's a lock gate. There's a lock gate on the front of the range, and it's fenced so that nobody has access without obviously committing trespass.
I'm going to refer you back to on or around June 25th, 2012. Did you receive any sort of membership application from an individual identifying themselves as James Holmes?
Yes, I did.
Describe that for us, if you would, please.
I got an email that came in with an attached membership form. Read the email like I do any of the others, print out the application form, looked at the application form to see if there was any inconsistencies in the form in terms of whether or not they answered the questions on whether or not they had the right to be around firearms, things to this effect, and whether they had signed and initialed it in the proper spots to say that they were truthful in what they were doing. Read that and thought the only thing that was different than the norm in it was the signature tag, whatever you want to call it, by ending it with the word cheers.
Okay. You talked about the membership application itself and how you keep that in the ordinary course of business. What about emails that attach to that? Do you have a procedure where you keep those in the course of business?
Usually they stay on my computer until the person has joined, and at that point in time they pretty much go away. If the person is joined, I'll delete them.
After July 20th of 2012, did you contact or were you otherwise contacted by law enforcement relating to the theater shooting?
I was told early in the morning by one of my staff and said, they called me early in the morning and said, wasn't that guy's name that you told us that you want to talk to before anything James Holmes? And I said, yes. Why? They said, are you watching TV to see what's going on? I said, well, yeah, I just started seeing it. And they said, they say the shooter's James Holmes. And I immediately went to the applications and the emails to look it up. Looked it up and saw that it was the same, that certain things matched to make it right based on where they said the home was, where the apartment was, and the mother, and immediately tried to call police to say, I have this, but couldn't get through till late that night.
At some point, did you turn over to law enforcement the documents that you had?
Yeah, the officer called me called me and asked me what I had and what I knew, and I told him what I had, told him what I read it to him and everything, and why I thought it was it. And he said, okay, can we have access to it? And I said, fine, I'll forward it to you immediately as soon as this phone conversation's over, because I wasn't at my computer when I was talking to him.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Judge, I have shown this to defense already.
Okay.
Sir, I have handed you what's been previously marked. There's two exhibits there. One is People's Exhibit 539, and the second one is People's Exhibit 539A.
Yes.
Can you take a look at both of those documents?
Yep.
Do you recognize those documents?
Yep. They're the membership information form that they fill out to join the range, and the document behind it is the email that was sent to me that I forwarded to the police officer.
So specific for record purposes here in court, People's Exhibit 539, the first one on top there, what is that?
That is the membership form that's filled out in order to join the range, filled out by Mr. Holmes.
That particular document, is that a document that you kept in the regular course of business as the owner of Lead Valley Range?
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same or a similar document that you forwarded to law enforcement as you just previously described?
Yeah, it's identical.
Okay. Does there appear to be any sort of changes to that document or anything that is not as you recall that document when you turned it over to law enforcement?
No. No change.
Turning your attention to People's Exhibit 539A, that's the second document there. I think you referred to it as an email. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
That email, does it appear to be the same or similar email that you referred to in your testimony just recently?
Mm-hmm. It's the same email except for this is the forward email. Which I've never seen the forwarding before, but okay.
That particular email, was it sent to you or to the membership department of Lead Valley Range?
So it was sent to membership at Lead Valley Range, is where it came from. That's where I got it.
Is that your email address for the Lead Valley Range?
Yes, that's the one I answer on when it comes to membership.
Okay. And who is that email purported to be from?
The email is from James, which you look up in the top. By the email you can't do it, but it says it came from James, and it was the one that had the attachment of the membership in front of it, attached to it.
Final question on People's Exhibit 539A of the email. What email was purportedly associated with the one sending it to you?
James Holmes at, anyway, Malto Disher, D-S-H-E-R block B hotmail.com. That's who it came from.
Judge, at this time I would move for admission of People's Exhibit 539 and 539A.
Is there any objection? No. All right, without objection, Exhibits P-TR-539 and P-TR-539A are admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. If I could please have People's Exhibit 539. Sir, we have on the large screen just off your right shoulder there, People's Exhibit 539, a little bit hard to read. Fair to say that the document you have in your hand, is that an easier copy to read, the one you have in your hand?
Oh, yeah, much easier.
All right. Just in general, just to describe for the jury what we're looking at here.
The general information that we ask for membership, which is their name, address, where they're from, what they are, their email, so we can contact them, who they are, and when they were born, to know that they have an age to be around firearms, and their sex in general, so we know who we're talking to. How they found us for our obvious reasons. Then in the general section there, we have a list of questions, basically, of whether or not they have the ability to be around firearms based on law to be there. And then the last is emergency contact. The third group of things is emergency contact that we have should somebody get injured or hurt, so that we have somebody else to contact to tell somebody's going to the hospital. And then a signature at the bottom below a line that says that all of the information they've given us is correct and lawful.
What is the date of that membership document?
6/25/12.
And again, who is the personal information related to that document?
James Holmes.
What is the phone number associated with that information?
Home phone, 858-449-7348.
Simply because someone fills out a membership application like this, does that automatically give them membership to your range?
No.
If I could please have People's Exhibit 539A. Again, this is pretty self-explanatory, but does this appear to be the email, at least the bottom part, from individual purportedly being James Holmes to the membership at leadvalleyrange.com?
Yes.
And again, this is the email that you ultimately forwarded to law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that what the top portion of this email is related to?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you. To the best of your knowledge, did Mr. Holmes become a member of your Lead Valley Range?
No, he did not.
Describe any efforts you made to try and contact Mr. Holmes.
Normal procedure, like I said, once I've got this, it's there. Usually within the time I get an email, within 24 hours, I call them and say, this is Glenn of Lead Valley. You still interested? Do you have questions for us? Whatever, there's things to do. So I want a conversation between them to learn a little bit about the personality, who the person is, and talk to them. If for some reason I have to leave a message, I don't get the person, they usually call back in less than 24 hours. Reason being is there's a shortage of ranges in the metropolitan area to shoot. So when somebody gets a call back from me they usually mean that they know that means that there's availability for them to join, and I usually get immediate phone calls back. I did not get an immediate phone call back. I've in fact called over a period of about 3 days. I called about 3 times, and each time left a message and never got a message back at all, which is part of what made me think it was strange.
Did you make any additional attempts to try and contact the individual at that 858-449-7348 number?
No, because by the time I called the 3rd time, my attitude was, you know what?
Okay, well, I'll just leave it at that. Did you try and contact him?
No, I did not.
Okay, so a total of 3 times?
3 times, yes, sir.
Just for some clarity for all of us, are you familiar with Aurora at all?
Yes, I used to live in Aurora.
Okay, so are you familiar with roughly the Anschutz Medical Campus and that facility on Colfax and 225-ish?
Yes.
Okay, roughly from that area and the 1690 Paris Street address that was on the application, how far away would the Lead Valley Range be from roughly that area?
Probably 45 minutes from there to our gate.
Okay. Just can I have one moment, please?
Yes.
Nothing additional, Judge.
Any cross-examination, Mr. King?
Perhaps not, but I one more.
Yes. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Sir, after you received the email and application contained in People's Exhibit 539 and 539A, you said that you called up, and I think you said it was within 24 hours or somewhere around there.
Usually, that's my usual routine. I won't swear that I made it within 24 hours on that one, but my usual routine is within 24 hours from the email I call somebody.
And you said that you thought it was strange due to the shortage of ranges on the front range, shooting ranges on the front range, that someone didn't call back. Normally, folks call back pretty quick. Is that right?
Yeah, almost. Like I say, almost instantly, I get phone calls back when I call to say that who I am and why I'm calling them.
In addition to that, you thought that the message that you heard, or the voicemail message, was in itself strange. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The voice was hard to distinguish. Is that fair to say?
That'd be very more than fair to say.
Slurred?
The only understandable word that I heard was his name in the very beginning, when it kind of was a slurred name or something, that was there, and everything beyond there was just not distorted, deliberately made indistinguishable, was the way I would describe it.
And you thought that this was bizarre?
Yes, very definitely.
Thank you. No other questions.
Any redirect? One moment, please.
Sir, do you specifically remember the voicemail message?
Yes, I remember hearing it, and I remember what it was like. You say you can remember it. No, it wasn't memorable. It wasn't distinguishable enough to know it word for word.
Was the voicemail, well, let me ask this. Each of the 3 times that you tried to contact that phone number, did it go to voicemail each time?
Yes, sir.
Did it go to the same voicemail message each time?
Yes, every time.
You may have already testified to this. I apologize if you did. But do you have a recollection of what the timing was between those 3 times you tried to call?
No, I don't have the exact recognition. Normally, I will do it a day apart to call somebody. If I have even that much of a delay, I give people enough time to call me back before I call them again to be a pest. So usually I wait 24 hours before I call again.
To the best of your recollection, sitting here today, can you describe for the jury what the voicemail message specifically said?
No, because I couldn't do that immediately afterwards. Like I said, the only distinguishable word was started off with the slurred James, and from there it was just unintelligible noises that were basically intended to sound like words that weren't. And it was very much, I remember the first time I heard it, I took the phone away and looked at the phone because it was so weird.
And then you heard it 2 additional times?
Yes, sir.
Right. Judge, one moment, please.
Yes.
Right. Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Any recross, Mr. King?
No, sir.
Doesn't appear that the jury has any questions. May this witness be released from his subpoena, Mr. Edson?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
Any objection, Mr. King?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, thank you. You're free to go. Call your next witness, please.
Officer Donald Ransom, Your Honor.
Challenge for affirmative penalty of both testimony or not to give over the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do, Your Honor.
All right, please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names.
The full name is Donald Ransom. First of D-O-N-A-L-D, last of Ransom, R-A-N-S-O-M.
Mr. Brockler, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, do me a favor. Scoot in just a little bit there so everyone can hear you, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. Is that better?
That's great. And though it may seem obvious from your outfit, tell us what you do for a living.
I'm a police officer for the Fraser Winter Park Police Department.
How long have you been a police officer for Fraser Winter Park?
Since May 14th of 2012.
Now, you know that you're here to talk about a traffic stop that you made on July the 2nd, 2012?
Yes, sir.
Prior to that stop, how long had you been doing police work?
The stop was conducted on July 2nd, started on the 15th of May, so about a month and a half, probably 2 months.
As part of your training to be a police officer, do you have something called a field training officer or a senior person that rides with you, make sure you're not just doing something nuts?
Yes, sir.
Did you have one on July the 2nd?
Yes, sir, I did.
By the time you make the stop that we're going to talk about on July the 2nd, how many traffic stops had you made in your career to that point?
Probably approximate between 15 and 20.
Since that time, how many traffic stops have you made?
Probably over the course of the last 3 years, probably between 100 and 150.
Now, prior to your employment with Fraser Winter Park in May of 2012, did you do anything else law enforcement-wise?
Prior to working with the Fraser Winter Park Police Department, I worked in corrections for the Grand County Jail.
How long did you do that?
About a year and a half.
Okay. Now, I want to take you to July the 2nd, 2012. Do you know what shift you were working then with your FTO?
I was on the day shift from 7 a.m. till 5 p.m.
Now, do you have a specific assignment in terms of an area within Fraser Winter Park, or do you kind of pick where you want to be?
We just kind of drive back and forth, respond to calls within our jurisdiction, but while we're doing routine patrol, it would just be monitoring traffic from the west end of Fraser all the way out past the Winter Park Resort towards the entrance of the Mary Jane, if anybody's familiar with that area.
Okay. And do me a favor, too. I'm going to ask you to scoot up just a little bit more so we can hear you just a little bit better. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. And it could just be me. I'm old. All right, so the stop that we're going to talk about today, and you're aware of this stop, about what time of day was it?
It was about 2:08 p.m.
Now, tell us what you were doing and where you were going when you decided to make contact with a car I'll ask you about in a minute.
Okay, I was driving with my training officer. We're probably discussing policy and procedure. We were heading eastbound on US Highway 40 at approximately mile marker 231, which is approximately 1 mile west of the Winter Park Resort. Observed a vehicle traveling at a high rate of speed.
All right. Now, the direction of travel of that vehicle was westbound?
Yes, sir.
Now, you said mile marker 231. Are you familiar with a buyer's firing range somewhere in the area?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what mile marker that range is at.
It's the buyer's firing range. It is at mile marker 198.
A little more than 30 miles away?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were going the opposite direction. Were you running radar, laser, something?
Running moving radar.
Okay. What did you do after you detected this vehicle go by you at a high rate of speed?
Observed the vehicle go by at a high rate of speed. I turned the marked patrol vehicle around and then pulled in behind the vehicle and started following it.
Couple questions about that. Did you ever lose sight of that vehicle?
No, sir.
When you pulled around to catch up to the vehicle, did you notice the vehicle doing anything to try to either accelerate or decelerate from you?
No. Did not appear to be accelerating away from me. It was traveling about approximately the same speed it passed me at.
How close did you get to the vehicle before you acted your overhead lights?
Probably within one vehicle's distance. Pretty standard for a traffic stop.
Okay. And when you did that, what did this vehicle do?
When I activated my overhead lights, the vehicle put on a signal and moved off to the right-hand shoulder of the road.
A couple things about that. First, describe to us the vehicle that you were pulling over at this point.
It was a white Hyundai sedan.
And you said it activated its blinker and pulled over to the side of the road?
Yes, sir.
Was that pretty bizarre?
No.
Is that what you expect?
Yes, sir.
Where this vehicle pulled over, have you pulled other cars over in that same area before?
Yes.
Does this particular area, though, pose a little bit more of a risk to you in terms of getting out and conducting the traffic stop?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about it.
So, it's a two-lane highway. There's two lanes headed westbound with a shoulder. It's approximately a vehicle's width from the white line to a concrete barrier. That barrier runs approximately the duration of 3/4 of a mile. Where we conducted the traffic stop was right next to that barrier. And it kind of put my vehicle partly in the number 2 traffic lane. So it's just a officer safety thing. It was probably more or less my fault, and I probably got to hear about it from my FTO afterwards.
Yeah. Now, have you seen cars when you activate your overheads like quickly jerk to the side of the road?
Yes, sir.
Did this one do that?
No.
Have you seen cars like keep driving for seemingly ever before they pull over?
Yes, sir.
Did this one do that?
No.
It pulls over, you pull in behind. How far away are you from it?
Approximately probably one vehicle width or length between the back of his vehicle and the front of mine.
Are you trying to make any observations through your windshield and the back window of that car to see what the driver's doing?
Yeah, I usually try to maintain at least a visual of the driver of the vehicle if it's possible.
Did you see any bizarre or unusual behaviors?
No.
So what'd you do?
At that point, I got out of my car and walked up to and contacted the driver.
And was the window down, or did you have to ask the window be put down?
I believe the window was down when I approached.
And you were able to make contact with that driver?
Yes, sir.
And you see the person that you contacted in that vehicle in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Would you tell the jury, please, where that person is sitting and what they're wearing?
He's sitting right over here. He's wearing red glasses, blue button-up shirt, and has facial hair, a beard, and brown hair.
Now, let me ask you about that. Is this the way that he looked back on the day you contacted him at mile marker approximately 2:30?
No, sir.
Describe how he looked differently back then.
His hair color was an unnatural colored red, as if it was dyed. He didn't have any facial hair, and he appeared to be a little thinner than he did now.
You recall if he had glasses on of any kind?
I I don't recall if he had glasses on. I don't believe that he did.
You make contact with the person you've identified as the defendant in the car. Tell us about that contact. What do you say to him, and what does he say back to you?
So when I contacted him, I advised him. I introduced myself to him as Officer Ransom with the Bridgewater Park Police Department. I advised him of the reason why I stopped him. I clocked him at 66 and I posted 55. I asked him if there's any specific reason why he was going that fast. When I was speaking with him, when I'd ask him questions, he would look to me and answer the question, and his hands were on the steering wheel, and he was looking straight forward through the windshield. He would, like I said, once I would ask him a question, he would look at me, answer the question, and go back to staring out the windshield.
A couple things about that. Sounds like, first off, this isn't a chatty person. Is that fair?
Correct.
You said you asked him a question about, is there a reason why he was driving that fast? What was his answer back to you?
I believe he said that he didn't realize he was going as fast. He just didn't know that he was driving over the speed limit.
Did you have any trouble understanding the words he spoke to you out on the road that day?
No, sir.
Was it responsive? I mean, you say, hey, you were going fast. He says tuna fish sandwich. Nothing like that?
No, nothing like that.
After he says he didn't realize he was going that fast, how does the rest of the stop move forward?
From that point, when I was approaching the vehicle, it's standard for me to, I believe it's just kind of my own policy, but I usually touch the back of a vehicle or put my fingerprints on the back of a vehicle. I walked up, approached the vehicle, placed my fingerprints on the back. While I was walking up, I could see into the back window. I could see there was a black plastic rifle case in the back.
Can I ask you about that? You said you looked through the back window of the car. Did you notice any heavy window tinting at that time?
No, if it would have been heavy window tinted, I probably wouldn't have seen the black case in the back, sir.
You see that black case, and was there more than one, just the one that you remember?
As far as I can remember, there was just one that I could see from the back, or from the exterior of the vehicle into.
What did you do with that information when you got up to the driver's side window?
I asked the driver what was in the rifle case. He told me there was a rifle. I observed ammunition boxes. I can't recall the caliber, make, model, anything of that. Just remember there was ammunition boxes in the back. I asked him, is there what's in the black case? He said there was a rifle. I asked him where he was going to, and he explained to me that he was going to the buyer's range in Hot Sulphur Springs.
Now, given where you were and your experience in that area, is that all that unusual to hear?
No.
Okay, and you didn't pursue that questioning anymore?
No. From the area, the range is actually, there's two separate parts of the range. One is designated for law enforcement. The other one is open seasonally to all residents of the state of Colorado. It's run and maintained by the Colorado Department of Parks and Wildlife. So for somebody to be coming up to shoot their weapon is not uncommon.
Did you ever ask him for the normal stuff you do at a traffic stop? Forgive me, license, all that stuff.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, and what did you ask for specifically?
I asked for his driver's license, his registration, and his insurance.
Tell us about his ability to give you those documents you requested.
He did provide me his driver's license from his wallet. I then took and he showed me his registration for the vehicle. I don't recall if he did get me the insurance. I know that in my report there's two different ways that it's said. One says that I did observe it. Another report or statement I'd given to the FBI says that he never provided it to me. I don't recall if he ever did or not, but he provided me with his driver's license and the registration of the vehicle. At that point, I went back to my vehicle and relayed his information to our dispatch.
Hang on one sec. I want to back up now. When you asked for license, registration, proof of insurance, you talked about don't remember what he did with the insurance. That's fair.
Yes.
But he didn't try to hand you some other document like a menu or a receipt for something he purchased. He handed you the documents you asked for?
Yes, sir.
You headed back to the back of the vehicle, and what did you do?
Once I got back to my vehicle, I relayed his information to our dispatch to be cleared through CCIC and CIC. What that is we're checking the validity of his driver's license and his driving status in the state of Colorado, as well as if he has any open wants or warrants for his arrest.
After you check that, do you then go back up to the front of the car?
after I checked it, I went ahead and filled out what we call is a field interview card. If we don't issue a citation or a summons, what I'll do is a field interview card. It's just gets all the information for the driver, so I can put it into our system as we have contacted him on a field interview. So after I got that information, I did respond back up to the vehicle.
And what'd you do?
I gave him his driver's license back. I don't think I had business cards at the time. Like I said, it was still in training, so I think I may have given him either just a standardized police department business card or my training officer's business card. That was the practice at the time. Advised him, in the state of Colorado, I'm required to provide a business card if not to write a ticket, so you know the officer which he had contact with. Gave him his information and his driver's license back. And from that point, I released him from the traffic stop. I told him, have a nice, safe day.
Now, you didn't write a ticket to him?
No, sir.
Just a warning?
Yes, sir.
Can I ask you about the hair?
Yes, sir.
Describe that color for us again.
It was a bright red. If you look up here at the Colorado courts, it's about the same color as the sea.
Okay. Now, in your time up there in Winter Park and Fraser driving around, that's the only time you've ever seen someone with their hair colored?
No.
What else have you seen that's like that?
I just see different trends with younger kids. See different colored hair all the time. It's not uncommon to see somebody with, drastically dyed hair. Females usually do like a bright purple or something like that, and some of the males will usually do like a really light color. But it's not uncommon for me to see, really bright colored hair on somebody unnaturally dyed.
Other than the hair color that you described, was there anything that you would describe about the traffic stop, start to stop, that was bizarre?
No, sir.
Normal?
Normal. Like I said, everybody reacts differently on traffic stops. Everybody gets stopped by the police, reacts differently. Some people are extremely nervous. Some people are argumentative. Some people are cooperative and explain, I know that I was speeding. I see all these different ways that people act on traffic stops. So based off the totality of all the traffic stops I have from this point back to when I started, I would say nothing about his traffic stop stood out as odd.
You have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sorry, there's probably two things I didn't ask you. One was there anyone else in the car with the defendant when you pulled him over that day?
No, sir.
The final thing I want to ask you is, you tell him, be safe at the range, and you're letting him go. Does he say anything in response to you?
I believe he acknowledged and said thanks, and I walked back to my vehicle and he left.
And that was the last time you ever saw him before today?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Before today, I don't think there's nothing to would counsel approach, please? The objection has been withdrawn. Any cross-examination?
One question. I think you said this, officer, but you had your radar on when you saw this vehicle traveling in the other direction. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you know the rate of speed that it was traveling at?
Yes, sir.
66 miles per hour in a 55 mile per hour zone, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No other questions.
The jury does not appear to have any questions. I'm assuming there's no redirect, Mr. Brackler. All right, and the jury doesn't seem to have any questions either. So may this witness be released from his subpoena, Mr. Brackler? Do you have any objection to that, Mr. King?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Please call your next witness.
The people call Agent Scott Eicher.
You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. There you go. Please be seated. Thank you. Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names.
My first name is Scott. Last name is Eicher. It's Eicher.
And how do you spell your first name?
Scott.
Thank you. Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Agent Eicher, how are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
What does that mean that you do?
I am a law enforcement officer for the FBI and the federal government.
Prior to working with the FBI, did you work in law enforcement elsewhere?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I was a police officer in Norfolk, Virginia for 12 years before I joined the FBI.
And when did you join the FBI?
In 1996.
What are your current duties with the FBI involved?
I am assigned to the violent crime section of the FBI, but more specifically, I'm assigned to the FBI's Cellular Analysis Survey Team. That's long for CAST, part of the FBI's CAST team, and have been for the last 7 years.
What does the CAST team do?
We are special agents that are trained in the historical analysis of call detail records for cell phones, and we're trained in how the cellular network works, how to track phones both historically and live.
Do you work nationwide on cases?
I do.
Yes. Okay, the ruling on the objection is deferred. Sir, we're going to have you step down so that the parties can look for some documentation. In the meantime, the prosecution is going to call a different witness. So you'll be subject to recall later today, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Tish McGuire, do you want to call your next witness?
For the people called Jennifer Avila Arredondo.
Good afternoon. Could I have you raise your right hand so I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
Okay, my name is Jennifer Christine Avila Arredondo, and my first name is spelled Jennifer. My middle name is spelled Kristine, and then my last name is Avila and Arredondo.
Thank you. Ms. Tish McGuire, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Hello. Were you at the Century 16 movie theater in Aurora, Colorado on July 19th of 2012?
Yes.
And did that go into the early morning of July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Could you please tell the jury about what you remember about the day of July 19th prior to going to the movies then?
Okay, yeah. I remember going out to eat at Village Inn with my friends, and then we bought our tickets in advance, and then we went back to my apartment and waited for the movie to start.
Do you remember where you bought your tickets?
I think we bought them at the theater.
And was that earlier that day?
Yeah.
Do you recall
yes.
the time?
No, I don't remember what time anymore.
And then at some point in time, did you make your way to the movie theater?
Yes.
Okay, and at what time was that?
It was probably about 10:30, I would say. Yeah, 10:30 p.m., yes.
You had some other really early goers, so I wanted to make sure it was PM. And do you remember where you parked when you got to the theater?
Yes.
And where was that?
It was probably, let me think, northwest parking lot.
Do you recall who drove to the theater that night?
I drove.
And who was in your car?
Just me and my husband.
Were you going to the movies with anyone else that day?
Yes.
Who else were you going to the movies with?
We were going with my friends. Her name is Kirsten Davis, Eugene Hahn, and Jonathan Luke Priest.
Did you meet them at the movie theater?
Yes.
And when did you meet up with them at the movie theater?
At the time that we went.
So did you guys meet together outside the theater, or did you go in the theater together?
We just kind of walked in together.
Did you wait in line or anything?
No, because we bought our tickets already.
Do you remember if you went to the concession stand or did anything before you went into the movie theater?
I did not.
Do you know if your friends did?
They did after we sat down for a little bit.
So did you first all walk in together and choose your seats?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall what movie theater number you went into?
It was Theater 9.
And how did you go about choosing your seats?
It was already full, so we just chose the place that had 5 seats open.
And where was that?
It was about 3 rows when it starts going up, when the seats start going up.
And do you recall if that's the movie theater screen right there, do you recall if you were on the right side or the left side?
We were on the right side.
And do you recall the order in which you were sitting?
Our friend Luke was sitting on the aisle seat, and then Eugene was sitting next to him, and then my friend Kirsten, and then I was sitting on her left, and then my husband was to my left.
Yeah, what did you do while you were waiting for the movie to begin?
Just talk.
Did you ever leave the theater at any point in time?
Just to go to the bathroom. We were there a long time, so.
Do you recall anything unusual at all happening in the theater while you were waiting for the movie to begin?
No.
Now, do you recall, closer to the time the movie was going to start, how full the movie theater was that night?
It was packed. Probably every seat was filled.
So, at some point in time, were there previews before your movie began?
Of course, yes.
And at some point in time, did your movie actually begin?
Yes.
Do you recall anything happening when your movie began, after your movie began?
Not right when it began, maybe 10 minutes later.
And what happened 10 minutes later?
The first thing I heard was an explosion, what sounded like an explosion. And then after that, you could see gunfire.
Now, could you describe for the jury what you saw in terms of you saying you saw gunfire?
It just looks like flashes of light.
And where did you see the flashes of light coming from in the theater?
From directly in front of me to the right of the movie screen.
And then what do you remember happening after that?
I just got down on the ground and waited it out.
And do you recall what your friends did at that point in time?
Yes, they both got on the ground. They all got on the ground too.
Okay, now how was your body positioned when you were on the ground?
I was laying on my back.
And do you recall what your husband's body's position was at that point in time?
He was just covering the lower half of my body.
And could you tell the jury who your husband is?
My husband is Adana Vila.
Now, while you were down on the ground and Adon's partially covering you, what do you recall happening around you?
I remember the sound of the gunshots, and I could hear the movie still playing. And then we had a water bottle that was in a cup holder and it exploded, so we got all wet.
And do you hear anything else going on in the theater?
No. It was pretty loud. So.
And have you ever heard gunshots before?
Like on TV. But
had you ever gone hunting before?
Yes, my dad took me hunting once.
Was what you heard in the theater that night consistent with what you had heard before when you were hunting?
Yes.
So you're hearing gunshots, it's very loud. Are you hearing any screaming?
Maybe at first, but after a while it got quiet.
And what do you notice is happening around you? Can you see Luke? Can you see?
I couldn't see anything. It was completely dark.
And what do you remember happening after you're down on the ground hearing gunshots?
I just heard my friend Eugene tell us to get up, so we all got up.
And what happened when you got up?
We just proceeded to go down to the emergency exit, and we got out.
Now, at any point in time, had you noticed if you had been injured?
No.
And what happened when you got to the emergency exit?
We couldn't find the door because we were all panicked, so we were just slamming for it, and then we pushed it open so hard that we all fell on the concrete outside.
And when you say we all, who is with you at that point?
My friends, and then there was, I think, 3 other people that had seen us, and they followed us out.
And who were your friends?
Oh, sorry. Jonathan Luke Priest, Kirsten Davis, and Eugene Hahn.
And what about your husband?
And my husband, Ivana Vila.
So after you get to that exit, and then you all fall down, what do you remember happening after that?
I just got up, and we all got up.
Did you tell at that point in time if any of your friends had been injured?
No.
And so after you all got up, what do you remember happening after that?
So after we got up and started moving, then I noticed that Eugene was limping. And then I looked back and I saw that my husband was injured.
And what could you see at that point in time about your husband's injuries?
It was pretty obvious, a bloodied leg.
And which leg was it?
His right leg.
So how did you go about getting out once you were outside the theater?
So our friend Luke, Jonathan Luke, he helped my husband. And then the other man that had come out with us, I don't know his name, but he helped my husband too.
And why did they have to help your husband?
Because he couldn't walk.
So did they kind of support him? Like, did your husband have his
kind of like
arms?
Under the shoulder type thing?
And where did they take your husband?
We followed the sidewalk all the way until it went to a corner.
What happened when you got to the corner?
We laid him down, and then we just waited for an ambulance to show up.
Were you able to observe your husband's injuries at that point in time?
Yes.
Was it light enough so that you could see your husband's injuries?
Yes.
And what could you notice at that point in time?
That it was bleeding pretty heavily.
Did you notice anything about the condition of the leg?
Yes.
What could you see?
That it was blown apart.
Now, at that point in time, did you notice any injuries on you?
No.
What about on your friend Casey or Kirsten Hahn?
No.
What about Eugene Hahn?
Yes.
What could you notice about Eugene?
I just noticed that he was laying on his stomach and there was blood on him.
And what about your friend Luke Priest?
No.
So while you're waiting on the sidewalk, what do you observe?
It was kind of empty at the back of the theater at first because not many people had come out that way. But the people that came out with us, the wife was injured, and she was kind of just sitting against the wall. She looked like she was ready to pass out. And then after a while, some police officers showed up.
And at any point in time, is anyone trying to help your husband with any medical care?
Yes.
What did you observe?
A woman came up and said that she was a nurse from Florida or something like that, and she came and helped him. So she just took my shirt and put it on his leg.
And at some point in time, did medical attention arrive for your husband?
Yes.
And what happened at that time?
An ambulance drove up and they parked on Sable Boulevard. It was across a patch of grass. And then they just came up and put him on a stretcher and carried him over to the ambulance and drove away.
Did you get to go with him?
No.
Did you find out where he had gone?
No.
So what did you do?
I wandered around the parking lot.
Did you observe anything? Did you see any other injured victims when you were walking around the parking lot?
I didn't see anyone injured because we had been at the back for so long that all the injured people were gone by now. I just saw a lot of people crying. And that was about it.
And when you were in the back and you said the other injured people had gone, did you have an opportunity to observe other injured victims when you were at the back of the theater?
Just that woman and Eugene.
Now, where did you end up going to try to find your husband?
First, I ended up going to a gas station. And then...
Why'd you do that?
Because I didn't know how to get to Denver Health. I just assumed that Denver Health would be a good place to go look. But, yeah, the guy kind of helped. But he looked like he was scared of me more than anything.
And why was he scared of you?
Because I was covered in blood.
Sustained.
So, eventually, did you make it to a hospital?
Yes.
What hospital did you make it to?
I went to Denver Health first.
And did you find your husband there?
No.
Did you have to go to another location?
Yes.
What hospital did you have to go to?
I went to Swedish Medical Center.
What happened when you got to Swedish Medical Center?
There was a woman there, and she was waiting for me, and she took me through security, and then I went to a waiting room where his family already was.
When you say his family, whose family are you talking about?
My husband's family.
So this is
Adon's family, yes.
And what did you find out when you got there?
I found out that he was just getting out of surgery.
Did they tell you what the surgery was for?
I don't think so.
Were you able to see your husband after he got out of surgery?
Yes.
What did you notice about your husband after you saw him?
His leg was bandaged.
Anything else?
Just he was attached to IVs and, I don't know, typical after surgery.
Mr. McGuire, sustained.
Okay.
Move on.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, at any point in time, did you have to seek medical care?
I noticed that there was, like, something sharp in my head, so I had one of the nurses check it out while I was there.
What did the nurses find?
She said that it was shrapnel.
What happened with the shrapnel in your head?
It just fell out over time.
Now, Your Honor, if I may approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 1105?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
It is a diagram of the theater.
Right. And who drew it?
Me.
Okay. Does it fairly and accurately represent where you believe you were placed in the theater on July 19th and July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Okay. And does it also depict an area where you believe you saw flashes in the
Yes.
theater? Your Honor, at this time I would move for admission of that exhibit.
Any objection?
Probably not, but we probably should look at it first.
I apologize.
Let's show it to Mr. King, please. Members of the jury, just a reminder, when I sustain objections, you're to disregard any answer that is provided, whether it's a partial answer or a full answer. So you have to treat it as though you never heard it. Similarly, if at any point I strike an answer, you may hear somebody ask me to strike something, or I may say that's stricken. If I strike an answer, or I strike a statement, it means that you must disregard it, and you must treat it as though you never heard it. Okay? And everyone's nodding their head yes. All right. Ms. Tish McGuire, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would move for admission of that exhibit, Your Honor.
Do you have any objection to P-TR-1105?
No.
Without objection, that exhibit is admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. I could please have that exhibit. I'm going to ask you to take that cordless microphone that is next to you there. Okay. All right. And then there is a pointer behind you as well, that long stick. All right. And if you could show the jury on the diagram where you were seated that night. Oh, turn it on. Try one more time.
Hello. Okay. So this is about the general area that we were sitting. That's L for Luke, E for Eugene, K for Kirsten, J for Jennifer, that's me, and then A for Adan.
And were you able to notice anyone else who sat in your same row?
Yeah, I noticed the little girl named Veronica was sitting somewhere over here.
And when you labeled, can you show the jury where you labeled flashes of gunfire?
Yes, down here.
Were you ever able to actually see a person in the theater?
I could see like the outline of a gas mask, but I wouldn't be able to recognize who that person was.
But you recall someone wearing a gas mask?
Yes.
Were you able to notice anything else about that individual?
No.
And did you actually see flashes of light from that part of the theater?
Yes.
Okay. And can you show the jury where you guys entered the theater?
Yeah, we entered through a passageway that goes down here.
And then can you show the jury how you exited the theater?
Yes, there's an emergency exit right here.
And did you go out that exit and around the theater?
Yes, that way.
All right, thank you very much. You can ask me. Honor, if I may approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 4518.
Yes.
Right, I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 4518. Could you please look at that document and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I recognize it.
What is it?
It's his leg, my husband's leg.
Okay, and was that taken on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it was.
Were you present during the time that was taken?
Yes, I was.
Does it fairly and accurately represent the condition of your husband's leg on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it does.
All right, this time I would move for admission of that exhibit.
Is there any objection to People's Exhibit P-TR-4518?
No additional exhibit objections.
All right. So there being no additional objection for the reasons previously stated in Order D-98-B, the exhibit is admitted and may be published.
I can please have that exhibit. All right. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Okay. Oh, hold on, ma'am. He may have some questions for you, and the jury may have some questions as well. I'm not sure if 4518 was subject of motion D-98-B. Do you know, Mr. King or Ms. Tish McGuire?
You know, Your Honor, I'm not positive.
All right. To the extent that it was, then I have ruled. To the extent that it wasn't, my ruling with respect to other photographs applies to this one, and my reasoning applies. And so to the extent that the objection is the same as the objection addressed in that order, the objection is overruled, and Mr. King is indicating there are no additional objections at this time. So under Rule 403, I'm finding it's admissible. Mr. King, do you have any cross-examination?
No, thank you.
It appears that the jury has a question, so could you give us a moment, please, ma'am?
Sure.
All right, would council please approach? Questions now. The first question is, had the shooter left the theater before you and your friends exited?
No.
The next question is, where was the shooter when you ran out of the theater, if you know?
He was in the hallway that we entered from.
The next question is, was he still shooting, if you know?
No.
Any follow-up questions based on those questions, Ms. Tish McGuire?
That's her. When you just answered no, was that because you didn't know or because he wasn't shooting?
If he was shooting, he probably would have shot me because I was right in his line of sight.
Thank you.
Any follow-up questions from you, Mr. King?
No.
May this witness be released from our subpoena?
Please, thank you, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. King?
No.
All right, ma'am, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You may call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Adon Avila.
Can I have you raise your right hand so I can administer an oath? You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. All right, please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names.
Adan Avila Arredondo, that's ADAN AVILA ARREDONDO.
Ms. Tish McGuire, you may proceed.
Thank you. Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th of 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
Yes.
And did that go into the early morning of July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Could you please tell the jury about what you remember about the day of July 19th prior to going to the movie theater that day?
Going out to get some food.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to move the microphone closer to your mouth, please, so that we can all hear you.
Okay. We went out to eat a meal before we went to the theater.
And when you say we, who is that?
Casey, Eugene, Jennifer, and Jonathan.
And do you know their last names?
Yes, Eugene Hahn, Casey, her name's Kirsten, Davis, Jennifer Avila, and then Jonathan Luke Priest.
And do you recall how you got your tickets to the movie theater that day?
I don't remember.
Okay. And did you plan to go see a movie that night?
Yes.
What movie did you go plan to see?
Batman.
At some point in time, did you make your way to the theater?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall how you got there?
Yes, we drove there.
Do you remember who drove?
Jennifer.
And when you got to the movie theater, what did you do?
We went inside the room, the theater, and we found some seats.
Do you recall what theater number you went into?
9.
And how'd you go about choosing your seats?
We were looking for the one that had enough seats together for my friends and I.
Where were you able to find those seats?
On the middle area.
So if there is like raised stadium seating in the theater, were you up in that raised stadium seating area?
Yes.
And do you recall about how many rows up you were?
I don't.
And if this is a movie theater screen and you're looking at it, are you closer to the right side or are you closer to the left?
Closer to the right side.
And do you recall how you were seated?
Yes. Closest to the right was Jonathan Luke, then Eugene, then Kristen, and then my wife and I.
Yeah, what'd you do while you were waiting for the movie to begin?
We were just talking.
Did you ever leave the theater at any point in time?
I didn't.
Did you ever recall seeing anything unusual happen in the movie theater while you were waiting for the movie to begin?
No.
At some point in time, did previews begin for the movie?
Yes.
And then did your movie actually begin?
Yes.
What happened when your movie was playing?
A couple minutes after the movie started, I saw an object fly across the screen, and I followed it, and it exploded.
Now, when you say across the screen, from what direction to what direction did you see this object?
From the right side of the screen to the left.
Could you tell what the object was at the time?
I did not.
Okay. And when you said it exploded, what was that? What did that mean to you in the theater?
It made a loud explosion sound, and I could smell something from it.
And what sort of thing could you smell?
I don't know how to describe it. Just something I haven't smelled before.
What do you remember happening after you see that canister?
I looked back where the object flew from, and I started seeing flashes of light.
And where do you see those flashes of light?
The right side of the screen.
What do you remember after seeing the flashes of light?
After that, I just remember getting down on the ground.
And do you recall how your body was placed when you got down on the ground?
Facing down.
And how are your friends' bodies placed at the time?
I don't know.
Do you recall how your wife's body was placed?
Facing out.
And do you recall if you were on top of her at all?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember while you were down on the ground?
I remember hearing screaming and loud noises. I would imagine the gun. And just smelling the gunpowder, and that's it.
Now, at any point in time, did you hear your wife say anything to you about what happened to her?
Yes. I believe she said I got shot in the head.
Now, could you see the injuries of anyone else around you?
No.
So while you're down on the ground, you're hearing all of these things. What are you thinking?
I don't want to die.
Can you say that again?
I don't want to die.
So what do you remember after that when you're down on the ground?
After that, while I was in the ground, I remember getting shot. I don't know where. I just felt pressure in my entire body, and I started getting really hot.
Did you do or say anything as a result of getting shot at that point in time?
No, I kept quiet because if he were to go up the stairs, I wanted to pretend like I was dead.
What do you remember doing after that?
Once Eugene said, "Let's get up," and we got up, and I took a step, and I completely collapsed. And
where were you when you completely collapsed? Was this in your same aisle?
Yes, in the same aisle, right in front of my seat.
Did you tell why you were collapsing at that point in time?
Yes, I collapsed because my leg was shot. I looked at it, and I knew it got shot there, so I thought my bone was just broken.
So what'd you do after you collapsed to the ground?
I pulled myself up with my arms and started stepping on my left leg.
And were you able to get out of your row while you were doing that?
Yes.
Okay. And how were you able to get out of the theater?
Like I said, I hopped down. I was grabbing the side bars that are down the stairs, and then we looked for the emergency exit in the back.
Were you able to find it?
Yes.
Okay. What happened when you got to that area of the theater?
After we got out of the emergency exit, I fell down and I couldn't get up.
Were you able to ever get the assistance of anyone to get up?
Yes. My friend, Jonathan Luke, helped me, and a stranger that came out of the theater with us helped me.
me as well.
Where did they take you?
They took me to the end of the building.
And what happened when you got to the end of the building?
I collapsed again and I couldn't get up.
Could you see at that point in time your injuries?
Yes.
What could you observe?
That a large portion of my leg was missing.
Did you notice anything else at that point in time?
No.
Could you tell if you'd been injured in any other locations at that point in time?
Okay. Yes. I felt like my back was burning, and I was thinking that I'd been shot in my back as well.
Now, what happened while you were out on that sidewalk? Do you recall if anyone came to assist you?
Yes. There was a lady. I don't recall her name. She said she was a nurse, and she took my wife's shirt and wrapped it around my leg.
And why was she doing that?
To try to stop the bleeding.
Now, at any point in time, did any medical personnel come to assist you?
Yes, eventually a fireman, paramedics came and took me away.
Now, with your permission, Your Honor, if I could show Mr. Avila this model, and if he could take the cordless microphone and we could show the jury.
Sure. Cordless microphone right there. You have to turn it on. Make sure that you speak into it, and you can step down and go to the model.
All right. If you could just come stand on this other side for me. Can everybody in the jury see? Okay. So, Mr. Avila, if you could first describe for the jury where it was that you entered the theater that night.
I entered from this area.
Okay, and how did you go about picking your seats? So you could kind of show them the path.
We went up here, and this general area is where we found the seats.
All right, and Your Honor, if the record could reflect that the witness has pointed to the right side of the diagram, he's talking about coming through that right entrance from the main lobby and going up the stairs, and he says it's an area that could be the 4th row to the 7th row of the stadium seating.
Okay.
Now, could you tell the jury about where your seats were in the order of where you were seated?
Yeah, it was Luke, Eugene, Kirsten, Jennifer, and then myself.
And was Luke on the very edge of the aisle?
Yes, he was.
All right. And then could you please describe for the jury the area where you saw the flashes and point that area out to the jury?
The right side.
Okay. And at any point in time, did you ever see the shooter?
Only when there was flashing.
All right. And what did you see?
Just a body.
Okay. And where was that you saw that?
In this area.
Okay. Now, after you were down here, could you please just show the jury where you were when you collapsed, when the first time you tried to get up?
Right here.
Okay. And then can you tell the jury about your exit path?
I hopped down this way, grabbed the side of the area right there, and went out to exit that way.
And again, Your Honor, this witness has talked about the stairs that go down on the right side of the theater if you're facing the movie theater screen, and he pointed out to an exit that goes out here. Now, could you please describe for the jury where you were when you collapsed a second time?
When I collapsed, I was about 5 feet ahead of the door.
All right, so were you actually outside the door,
yes.
Or were you inside the door?
I was outside the door.
All right, and then could you also describe for the jury where it was that those people took you, who helped you walk?
The people that helped me, they helped me around this area, and they helped me hop to the end of the building, which is roughly around right here.
All right, and Your Honor, the record will reflect that the witness has gone out the exit door that goes behind the theater and has walked to the end of the diagram end of the sidewalk that's depicted in the diagram.
Okay.
All right. Thanks. I have no further questions at this time. For the diagram, you can take your seat and ask more questions. Were you transported to a hospital at some point in time?
Yes.
Okay. What hospital were you transported to?
Swedish.
What happened when you got to Swedish?
They took me into the emergency room, and they carried me away to another room where they said they're going to take care of me.
How long were you there before they treated you?
I'd say about 5 minutes before they make me go to sleep.
All right, and did they take you into surgery?
Yes.
Okay. And Do you know how long that surgery was?
I don't.
Okay. What's the next thing you remember after that surgery?
Waking up in a room full of beds and calling for, there was a nurse. That's all I remember.
Right. And did you learn that you had been in surgery?
Yes.
And what had they worked on?
I know they worked on my leg. I don't know what they did.
And when did the doctors tell you what had happened to you?
Probably the following day. I think I fell asleep again. I fell asleep again.
Do you recall if you had to have another surgery after your first surgery?
Yes.
And what was that second surgery about?
Counsel, please approach. All right, the objection is overruled, but Ms. Tischmeier, you must proceed as outlined here at the bench.
All right, Mr. Avila, did you eventually learn that your leg was going to have to be amputated?
Yes.
Okay, and when did you learn that?
After they tried multiple ways to try to fix my leg, and they failed.
Do you know how long it was after the shooting that they had to amputate your leg?
Several days, I don't recall.
And did you have any other wounds that you sustained in addition to your leg injuries?
Yes, I had shrapnel across my back and then a bullet wound to the right of my arm.
And do you recall where the bullet wound went in your arm?
It was in and out exit wound.
Okay, and do you know where it went in and where it went out?
The tricep.
Okay. And was that the entrance or the exit location or both?
Both.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 260 and 261?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes.
Who's the person in them?
Me.
All right, and do they reflect your condition at the hospital after the shooting on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for the admission of those exhibits.
Any objection, Mr. King? No. Without objection, those exhibits are admitted and may be published. And again, those are P-TR-260 and 261.
Thank you, Your Honor. I could have them. Looks like we're having a technical difficulty. Perhaps, Your Honor, I could ask some other questions and then come back to publish those exhibits at the end.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. I could also approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1104.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And what is that document?
A drawing of the theater.
Right, and who drew it?
Me.
Does it fairly and accurately represent where you believe you were seated in the theater and what you observed in the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
All right, this time I would move for the admission of that exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. King?
No, Your Honor.
Without objection, exhibit 1104 is admitted and may be published if you can.
Thank you. All right. Now, if you could grab that cordless microphone again, please. And there's a stick behind you. If you could please describe for the jury where it was that you were seated.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to object at this time as cumulative to the testimony.
That's the same.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. You can have a seat. You're good. Thanks. Okay. Your Honor, given the technical difficulties, which I apologize, could we publish those photographs to the jury, just the actual photographs, they hand them to the jury?
Can I see those photographs?
Yeah.
Ms. Tisch-McGuire, I think it would be faster if we take a break, see if we can figure out the technical difficulties, and then you can publish them after the break, maybe.
All right, Your Honor, could I maybe see if we could use our Elmo, perhaps?
Sure.
And then that may work as well?
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
The old-fashioned way.
Thanks. All right, and all right, could you please describe for the jury what we see in this photograph?
That's me laying down in the hospital bed.
All right, and what arm is being pictured in that photograph?
My left arm.
Okay, and what happened to your left arm there?
Bullet wound.
All right. If I could have the next exhibit, please. All right, and what does that picture show?
My right leg.
Okay, and is that how it looked right after the shooting on July 20th of 2012 after your surgery, your initial surgery?
It's covered up, but yes, that's it.
All right, does your leg look like that today?
No.
Okay. What did you have to have as a result of the shooting?
You actually asked and answered.
Sustained.
And did you have to have, after you got your first prosthetic device, did you have to have a subsequent surgery to get another prosthetic device?
Not yet.
Okay. How many prosthetic devices have you had total so far?
I believe 2.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I would ask permission to have Mr. Avila approach to show the jury his leg.
Any objection, Mr. King?
Yes, Judge.
All right, why don't you approach, please? All right, that request is granted.
All right, Mr. Avila, if I could have you take that cordless microphone with you, and then if you could come stand right here. If you could please show the jury your leg. All right, thank you very much. I have no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. King, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
And it looks like the jury may have some questions for you, so I'm going to ask you to wait for just a moment, please. Thank you. Would counsel please approach? First, we have a correction. The people's exhibits that were admitted as 260 and 261 are 2660 and 2661, not 260 and 261. Then I have some questions that the jury has submitted, sir, and based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, I have concluded that they are appropriate. The first question is, was the shooter in the theater when you were exiting the theater, if you know?
I don't know.
The next question is, when you were exiting, where was he, if you know?
I don't know.
Next question, was he still shooting at the time, if you know?
I don't know.
And then finally, do you know if he came outside behind you? Again, if you know.
I don't know.
Any follow-up questions based on those questions, Ms. Tish McGuire?
Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Avila, do you have any idea if the defendant's weapon had jammed at that point in time?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Sustained. You can rephrase the question if you want, Ms. Tish McGuire.
Do you know if there had been shooting that had happened prior to you leaving the theater? Could you hear gunshots?
Yes.
At any point in time, did the gunshots stop?
Yes.
Did you you hear gunshots start again?
I don't know.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Any follow-up questions from you, Mr. King?
Oh, thank you.
All right. May this witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, thank you.
No
Any
objection.
objection? Okay, without objection, sir, you're released. Thank you. Members of the jury, let's go ahead and take our afternoon break at this time. We'll take 20 minutes. Please remember all my admonitions during the break. They all continue to apply. They all continue to be mandatory, and each and every one of you is bound by them. Enjoy the break. I'll see you back here in 20 minutes. To reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom, everyone may be seated. Ms. Pearson, were you able to find the document you were looking for, or are you still working on that?
We're still working on it, Your Honor.
Okay, let's take a break and then we'll see where you are after the break. The call will be in recess. Thank you.
And Your Honor, we're calling Sergeant Files for a limited purpose at this time.
Okay.
Subject to recall later.
All right. Sir, please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names.
Yes, my name is Matthew Files. My first name is spelled M-A-T-T-H-E-W. My last is F-Y-L-E-S.
Miss Pearson, you may proceed.
Sergeant Files, who do you work for?
I'm currently employed by the City of Aurora, the Aurora Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Aurora Police Department?
I've been a police officer with the City of Aurora for just over 12 years.
When did you become sergeant?
I made sergeant in 2011. I was a detective in MCU before that.
And MCU is what?
It's our acronym for the homicide unit.
When you became a sergeant, did you become a sergeant of MCU?
I spent a short period of time on patrol, a few months, and earned to the unit as one of the supervisors for the homicide unit.
What's your role in this case? What were you assigned to do in July of 2012?
So as a supervisor in the homicide unit, we rotate on call. We work normally business hours, Monday through Friday. So the evening of July 20th, I was the on-call supervisor, and I had a corresponding team of on-call detectives. That evening, my responsibility was to answer the call if there was any homicide or officer-involved significant use of force incident, and respond with my detectives.
Did that make you the supervisor of this investigation?
Yes, ultimately I assumed the role of the lead supervisor for the investigation.
Have you also assisted in the investigation in this case?
Yes, I have.
Did you review every report that was created by every person who worked on this case?
I have.
And are those kept as official records of the Aurora Police Department?
They are.
Do you know how many Aurora police officers have worked on this case?
Yes, we have approximately 444 officers, employees that authored reports in this case. Now, some of those individuals have since retired or moved on, but that's how many employees for the police department authored reports. Of course, there's the crime lab. Those are not officers. Those are civilians and other support civilian staff with the Aurora Police Department that participated in this.
We've heard some witnesses talk about seeing officers from other agencies on scene. Do you know how many other agencies assisted at the shooting at the Century 16 Theater?
Yeah, so the night of the incident, what we qualified as initial responders, there were approximately 23 different entities that responded that night initially. As time went on during that day, other agencies responded, and approximately 27 local agencies, so that would be state, county, municipal, and then of course we had 4 federal agencies that responded: FBI, ATF, marshals, and then of course we had personnel from various fire departments that responded to assist, provided assistance.
Did you determine how quickly officers were able to respond to the scene?
Sustain on foundation.
Did you review all of the records that all the officers have done in this case?
Yes.
And as a result of reviewing these records, were you able to determine when officers responded and which officers responded?
Yes.
From that, were you able to determine how quickly officers were able to respond to the scene?
Yes. We were able to look at those reports, CAD, things of that nature, people calling out on the radio. What we determined was within the first 90 seconds, so a minute and 30 seconds, we had 52 police vehicles present and 129 officers. Some of those were uniformed, some of those were plainclothes that responded to the theater.
What time were you called out that night?
I was called around 12:45 a.m. on the 20th.
What time did you arrive at the theater?
I believe I was pulling into the area just after 1. It took me quite some time to actually get through the parking lot and to the command post at the theater.
Why was that?
When I came down Alameda. As I was pulling down Sable, I could see the sea of police vehicles, the red and blues, that were filling the parking lot of the entire mall structure. And so I had to weave my way through cars, personnel. Of course, the parking lots had been full in the movie theater with moviegoers' vehicles. We had fire personnel, fire trucks, people out on foot. So it took me 15 minutes to maneuver that. I mean, I could see it. It was probably a few hundred yards. But
as you got close to the theater, what did you see?
Officers had begun to move moviegoers. I assume they were moviegoers. They were obviously not officers. And the mall was closed at that time, so that would have been the only business open. So they were civilians that they were moving into an area, like a staging area, and RTD buses were arriving through the lot. And this was on the east side between the mall and the movie theater. And then there were command posts that had been staged. I believe Aurora Fire's command post was there. Our police command post was there. I remember Greenwood Village was already pulling up with theirs. And those were by the theater, sort of southeast corner. That's where they had determined was going to be the CP. So
the CP?
Yes, command post. Fire trucks, ambulances, police vehicles everywhere. There were some cars that people had seemed to have gotten into and tried to leave, and then they couldn't, so they were just stopped in the thoroughfares.
Now, did you approach the theater from the front of the theater, the lobby side, or the back of the theater?
Yeah, so I came in south on Sable from Alameda and turned in right there at Center Point, and then drove up. It's kind of towards the Sears, and then came in from the north end of the theater, and I parked. I really couldn't get much further than the northern parking lot of the theater, and I walked in along that, what would be the west portion of the theater, down to the CP, which was on the southwest corner of the movie theater.
You mentioned the RTD buses. How was that arranged to get buses there? Because they arrived rather quickly, didn't they?
Correct. We do a lot of training and preparedness for active shooter scenarios or critical incidences like catastrophes, natural disasters. Some of those things include having memos of understanding with other agencies, other entities. One of those is the RTD. And so in instances like this, we have dispatch notify RTD. They bring us resources. In this case, it was buses for transport.
Were you involved in coordinating the transport of witnesses and victims to Gateway High School?
Yeah, so I had a lot of responsibilities, obviously, and one of those was delegating certain tasks to individuals. It had already been determined that Gateway would be our triage location for witnesses, and so I coordinated that effort through Detective Miller, who was one of my detectives in the homicide unit, and gave him the responsibility of ensuring that we had enough detectives at that location, people were transported, and resources were established.
Was the defendant still on scene while you were on scene?
When I first got there, I believe he was, yes. I was told later that they were transporting, and I took that as that immediate time they were transporting.
Were you given any of the defendant's property that night?
Yes, I attended a briefing with command personnel. There just wasn't enough real estate for everybody that needed to have the briefing, so I got the information to give to my detectives. When I came out of that, they were huddled around, and there were some officers nearby, two of which were Sergeant Steve Redfern and Officer Oviatt.
What did Sergeant Redfern have?
Sergeant Redfern had in his possession a wallet, and he advised me that it was a wallet that had been taken off of the party in custody, and he handed me that wallet.
What did you do with the wallet?
I took possession of it, and then as I did that, I was immediately advised by Officer Oviatt that he too had an item that had come off of the suspect in this.
What did Officer Oviatt have?
He had the driver's license for the party that they had taken into custody, which he handed to me, and then I reviewed.
Did you look at the license that was given to you?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 339. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is it?
It's a Colorado State driver's license, and it's been issued to a particular party.
Is it in the same condition as when you got it on July 20th of 2012?
It is.
And is that, in fact, the license that you got?
It is.
Your Honor, I move for admittance of People's Exhibit 339.
Can I see that, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection, Mr. King?
No, sir.
All right, without objection, Exhibit 339 is admitted and may be published.
Your Honor, I think we need to hand it to the jurors if we were going to do that.
So it's up to you. Are you asking to publish it?
Not at this moment, I'm not.
All right.
What did you do with the driver's license, and what did you do with the wallet?
First, I noted who the license had been issued to and the address on it, and then at that point, I took the license and the wallet. I opened the wallet to begin to put it back in and decided not to, and I just put the ID on top of the wallet, and I handed it to Detective Welton, who's one of our detectives in the homicide unit, and requested that he take care of it.
So you handed both the wallet and the ID to him?
That is correct.
Your Honor, now I would like to publish the exhibit, if I may, to the jury.
Yes, and do you want to put it on the overhead and the Elmo, or?
We could do that, yes.
All right, that might be faster.
Yes. And did the license reflect an address?
Did.
What address is on the license?
The address is 1690 Paris Street, apartment number 10, in the city of Aurora.
And the name on the driver's license?
James Egan Holmes.
Come on. Can you also tell from the license, if we could have it back up again, what date the license was issued?
Yes, that information is contained on the license. And for this particular license, it was issued on October 18th, 2011.
Thank you. We will recall you again at a later time.
Is there cross-examination at this time, Mr. King?
No, thank you.
Right. And it does not appear that the jury has any questions at this time. All right, sir, you're subject to recall. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call your next witness, please, Mr. Edson.
People call Detective Thomas Welton.
Good afternoon. This is for under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, sir. Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names?
Thomas Welton, W-E-L-T-O-N.
And your first name?
Thomas.
How do you spell it?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. T-H-O-M-A-S.
Thank you. Mr. Edson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
How are you?
Good.
Could you please tell the jury what do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer for the city of Aurora.
How long have you been a police officer with the city of Aurora?
30 years.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience before becoming an officer with Aurora?
I served 4 years in the United States Air Force as a law enforcement specialist.
As we are here today, what are your current assignments with the city of Aurora?
I am currently assigned to the Major Crime Homicide Unit and have been for the last 11 years.
What is your rank?
It's detective.
You've sort of already encapsulated this question, but I'll be specific here. On July 20th, 2012, were you also a detective with the Major Crimes Unit in the City of Aurora Police Department?
Yes, I was.
On July 20th, 2012, as a member of the Major Crimes Unit, were you involved in any sort of way in the investigation of the homicides and shootings that occurred at the Century 16 Theater? Tell the jury what was your specific role?
I was notified by our sergeant, Matt Files, that a shooting had occurred approximately 1:09 in the morning. I was told that multiple gunshots had been fired inside the theater with several victims, and it was requested that I respond to the scene. I arrived there shortly, about 45 minutes later, about 1:45.
And I'm going to interrupt your testimony. Judge, forgive me. We're calling Detective Welton for a limited purpose, and we'll have him subject to recall with the court's permission.
Yes.
Thank you. Tell the jury, if you would, please, what you observed when you arrived on scene.
It was pretty chaotic. There was multiple emergency police vehicles surrounding the theater from
I'm going out for drinks.
Metro-wide jurisdictions. when I first arrived, I couldn't even make it to the theater.
On that date, who was an acting supervisor for the major crime unit, if you know?
Sergeant Matt Files.
Were you one of the major crime unit homicide detectives that was on call that evening to respond immediately to any homicides in the Aurora area?
Yes, I was.
Was there any other detectives that were also in that on-call capacity?
Yes, there were.
Who would that have been?
I've been Detective Craig Apple, Mark Yakino, and just based on the nature of that incident, I believe everybody from our unit was actually called out. Did you want me to name them all?
No, that's fine. Let me ask you this: how many roughly major crime unit detectives were part of your unit on that time period?
I believe at that time 12, at least 12.
Okay, so out of what I'm trying to get is a sense of how many of those 12 were the quote-unquote on-call detectives that were going to respond anyway versus those who were called in because of the magnitude of this crime.
Typically, we have at least 3, sometimes 4 detectives on call throughout the week. But like I said before, because of the nature of this incident, I believe everybody in our unit was called in.
To the best of your knowledge, did each of those detectives, or many of your detectives, have individual assignments related to investigation of this crime?
Yes, sir, they did.
Including yourself?
Yes.
When you arrived on scene, were you briefed in any sort of way?
Yes, sir, I was.
Describe, if you would, for us how that occurred.
Initially, or I should say typically, we would all have a briefing, whether it be in our MCU van or a location away from the scene, and get a briefing from either the officer that first responded or one of the supervisors that were on scene and patrol. This instance, like I said, it was more chaotic. I believe we had a command post set up. So there was actually an initial briefing that I believe Sergeant Files attended along with Detective Apple.
Did you attend that?
No, I did not.
Why is that?
Not enough room in the command post.
Go ahead, continue.
So the rest of the detectives, we were just kind of standing outside waiting for Sergeant Files to brief us and give us our assignments.
Did you enter the theater that evening?
No, I did not.
Okay. Were you nonetheless given an assignment, and I'll specifically direct your attention to collecting any sort of evidence or property?
Yes, as we were standing,
You fool!
Getting a briefing from Sergeant Files, a police officer came up and handed Sergeant Files a wallet
Trust me.
that was said to have belonged to James Holmes.
Growing the Atlantic.
Being that he's the acting supervisor, I took the wallet from him.
He being Sergeant Files?
Yes, sir.
Why did you take the wallet from Sergeant Files?
Well, because it would need to be copied and placed in evidence.
And did you undertake that specific portion of the activity?
Yes, sir.
When you take a piece of evidence such as the wallet, as you're describing, what did you do with it? How did you collect it, if you will?
Basically put in the evidence envelope and then transport it back to headquarters.
Prior to placing the wallet in an envelope, as you described, did you look through it and otherwise kind of separate some of the items?
Later that morning, I did, yes.
That would have been the morning of July 20th?
Yes, sir.
But not initially?
No, sir.
Did you yourself observe the contents of the wallet that you're describing?
Yes, I did.
And did you personally not only place and book the wallet into evidence, but did also the contents as well?
Yes, sir.
Perfect pitch game.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please? Yes. Judge, I've shown these to the defense already.
All right, thank you.
I've placed several items in front of you. I'm going to talk about them in general. If you allow me to one at a time here. First thing that I'd like to talk about is People's Exhibit 718. Is that before you?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What in general is that?
It contains insurance cards and the brown wallet that I received from $7,000.
Also stapled within that 718 exhibit, is there also People's Exhibit 719?
Yes, sir.
Biography's tribute.
Do you recognize People's Exhibit 719?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It's a student ID card from the University of Colorado Medical Campus and a blank check, both issued to James Holmes.
Do you personally recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
So both People's Exhibit 718 and People's Exhibit 719, did you place both of those items into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Did you place them both into the same evidentiary envelope that you described?
Yes, sir, I did.
Aside from perhaps how they're packaged today, do they appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you placed them into evidence?
Yes, sir.
But at this time, I would request admission of People's Exhibit 718 and 719.
By the way, if we run out of time during this
Any
video,
objection?
we're all going out for drinks.
Alright, without objection, People's Exhibit 718 and 719 are admitted.
What two words? Smelly fog. No, it's smoke and fog. Smoke and fog. I'm going to agree.
Judge, if I may, with the court's permission, what my intention is to publish many of these items physically to the jury, have them look at that, but I'd like to do it at the end if that's acceptable. Yes. Before you, Detective, you also have People's Exhibit 720.
We never got the secret square game.
Do you also have People's Exhibit 721 with you as well?
Tomorrow's show. Valerie, we're going to give you... Valerie, this was an incredible...
Yes, sir.
Give you 500...
Just may I approach the witness briefly?
Yes.
Also, People's Exhibit 722. Do you have that as well?
Yes, sir.
All three of those exhibits, are they all stapled together against one envelope?
Yes, sir.
So I want to start first with People's Exhibit 720. In general, what is that?
It's a Point Loma Credit Union Visa card issued to James Holmes.
People's Exhibit 721. What is that?
It's a USAA Platinum MasterCard issued to James Holmes.
And People's Exhibit 722. What is that?
It's a Kaiser Permanente health card issued to James Holmes.
Do you recall actually collecting those three exhibits, 720, 721, and 722?
Yes, sir.
Where did you collect those?
From the brown wallet. Brown wallet.
Do those three exhibits, do they all appear to be in the same or similar condition, aside from perhaps being packaged in plastic now?
Yes, sir.
I would move for admission, Your Honor, of People's Exhibit 720, 721, and 722.
Ms. Spengler, any objection?
No objection, sir.
Yes, without objection, all three are admitted, and then counsel may approach.
Judge, I just want to confirm 720, 721, and 7722 were admitted. Is that correct?
Yes, without objection. Exhibits P-DR720, P-DR721, and P-DR722 are admitted without objection.
Thank you, sir. Detective Welton, do you have in front of you People's Exhibit 723?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It's an envelope containing $280
Where did that $280 come from, if you know?
from the brown wallet.
Did you personally count the money that was collected from the brown wallet?
Yes, I did.
Does People's Exhibit 723 encapsulate all money or dollar bills, or bills I should say, not dollar bills, but bills that were contained and found within the wallet?
Yes, it does.
When you counted the currency out of the wallet that makes up People's Exhibit 723, was there a particular denomination associated with that?
They were all 20s.
To the best of your knowledge, does it appear that People's Exhibit 723 is in the same or similar condition as when you observed it?
Except for it looked like it had been opened by Detective Apple on November 22nd of 2013.
Okay. And where do you see that on that exhibit?
It's the bottom. Looks like it was cut and then retaped with his initials.
Okay. Aside from the, well, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with Detective Apple's handwriting?
Yes.
Do you work with Detective Apple in the Major Crimes Unit?
Yes, I did.
Is it common practice within the Aurora Police Department when an exhibit is opened to then reseal it in a fashion that's similar to what you're observing here on People's Exhibit 723?
Yes, it happens several times during the course of the court proceedings.
Is it also common to for an officer or a detective to place their initials on that type of repackaging, just as you are observing it there on People's Exhibit 723?
Yes, sir.
Now, aside from that particular resealing and marking that you described being from Detective Apple, does People's Exhibit 723 appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you collected those items, referring to the wallet that you previously testified to?
Yes, sir.
At this time, Judge, I would move for admission of People's Exhibit 723.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler? Okay, without objection, People's Exhibit P-TR-723 is admitted.
Detective Welton, People's Exhibits 718 through 723 inclusive, all the ones that we just talked about that have just been admitted, does that contain all of the items that were within that brown wallet that you took into possession from Sergeant Files?
Yes, sir.
Anything that we're missing?
No, sir.
Judge, may I approach the witness briefly?
Yes.
Sir, I've handed you what's been already admitted and previously published to the jury, People's Exhibit 339. Do you recognize that exhibit?
It's a Colorado driver's license.
Okay. Did you ever see that driver's license the evening of July 20th?
No, sir.
Okay. Judge, at this time I would ask to publish People's Exhibits 718, 719, 720, 721, 722, and 723 to the jury physically through the use of your bailiff. Respectfully, Judge, I would request, I recognize that 339 has already been published overhead. I'd request that be allowed to the jury at the same time because all was contained within the wallet.
Is there any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Okay. All right. Ms. Gerlings, would you please hand those to the jury? Perhaps we can hand one of them to one row and the rest of them to the other row so that it goes faster. record should reflect that People's Exhibits P-TR-718 through 723 inclusive have been published to the jury. Mr. Edson?
As well as, I believe, Exhibit 339, Judge.
Yes, thank you. 339 was included as well. Thank you.
Judge, subject to recall, I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination at this time, Ms. Spengler? No. And the jury does not appear to have any questions. So, sir, you're subject to recall, but you're free to go for now. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Call your next witness, please.
Detective Mel, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, please be seated. Hand me that Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names.
Certainly. My name is Chuck Mel, C-H-U-C-K, Mel, M-E-H-L.
Mr. Orman, you may proceed.
Thank you. Detective, who do you work for?
I work for the Aurora Police Department.
What is your job?
I'm a detective in the Major Crime Homicide Unit.
How long have you been with Major Crime Homicide?
I've been in that particular unit 2 different stints for a total of 17 years.
How long have you been with the Aurora Police Department?
I've been a policeman for 35 years, and I've been with Aurora for the last 24.
Did you participate in the investigation into the events occurring at the Aurora Century 16 Theater in the early morning hours of July 20th, 2012?
Yes, sir, I did.
Where were you, and at what time did you first hear about the incident at the theater?
I was at home asleep, and at 1:38 in the morning, I received a call from my supervisor, Sergeant Matt Files. He told me that there was an active shooter situation going on at the theater by the Aurora Mall, and at that point, there were 5 known deceased people. He asked me to respond in order to assist in the investigation.
And by you saying at that point they hadn't gotten accurate information about the total number of deceased people?
That's true.
Would it be fair to say that the information you had at that point in time was very rudimentary in that no thorough investigation had taken place?
That's certainly correct.
Were you asked to participate then in the ongoing investigation?
Yes, sir, I was.
So you were in bed at home. Where'd you go?
I was directed to go to the Aurora Police Department. While I was driving to the Aurora Police Department, I received a phone call from Lieutenant Paul O'Keefe. He told me that there was a suspect in custody, and he told me that Detective Craig Apple and I would be interviewing that individual.
And just so that we're clear on this, Lieutenant O'Keefe was, what was his job at that time?
He was a lieutenant in the investigations division at the Aurora Police Department.
Your boss's boss?
Correct.
What time did you get to the police station?
I arrived at probably about 2:20, I believe.
Now, you told me about Lieutenant O'Keefe calling you and telling you that it would be your job to talk to the suspect in the case.
Yes, sir.
Was that your first assignment then upon arrival at the police station?
It was.
The person that you spoke to, is he present in the courtroom today?
He is.
Could you please point him out?
Certainly. Mr. Holmes is seated at the defense table here, wearing a light blue, open-collared shirt.
Your Honor, subject to cross-examination, I request the record reflect identification.
The record will so reflect.
Did you speak to the defendant?
I did.
And who was present with you?
Detective Craig Apple was present during that interview as well.
This gentleman sitting next to me right here?
That's correct.
Where did that conversation take place?
It took place in an interview room in the detective bureau on the 3rd floor of the main headquarters of the Aurora Police Department.
Can you please describe that room for us?
Certainly. It's very, I describe the surroundings as Spartan. There's no windows. There are no pictures on the wall. The dimensions are approximately 15 by 12. There's a long table in there and chairs on either side of that table.
Is that room equipped with equipment that allows you to record audio and video of conversations?
Yes, sir.
And was that equipment running the night of the early morning hours of July 20th?
Yes, sir.
Before we get to the interview, I'd like you to tell us when you arrived, was the defendant already in that interview room?
He was.
Was anyone with him?
Yes. Patrol Officer Sheldon Irons was standing in that interview room with Mr. Holmes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I've shown this to counsel, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what I've marked for identification purposes as People's Exhibit. And Your Honor, I'm sorry, I'm not speaking to the microphone there. It is the habit of a lifetime for me to continue with the question walking back. I apologize. I'll try to stop doing that.
All right, thank you.
Are you familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is a DVD copy of the interview that was conducted with Mr. Holmes on that early morning hours on July 20th, 2012.
Does it show the conversation between you and Detective Apple and the defendant?
It does.
Your Honor, I move to admit People's Exhibit 789.
Will you approach very briefly?
Yes. Without any additional objections and based on my prior rulings, People's Exhibit P-DR-789 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. trumpet is not part of the exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay.
Let's talk to you tonight. Would you do me a favor and show your phone? Mind doing that for me, please? Do you need anything to drink, sir? Water? Anything? Yeah, we're good to drink. Water. Okay, sure. I'll get you on it. Please. Yeah, we're okay, yeah. Thank you. So we have one for you. Okay. We'll get you right away. Okay, so my name is Charles. I'm sorry. No. Yeah. Very good. And this is incredible. Can we get your name? I already gave my name. Okay. I don't have talked to anybody who had your name. If you can just tell us what your name is. It's James. Okay. James what? Holmes. How you spell that, please? Like Sherlock. Okay. So H-O-L-M-E-S. Yes. Okay. What's your birthday? 12/13/87. Okay. James, you okay? I mean, is there anything we should know about? Are you injured or anything other than some scrapes? Okay. No. We're going to hear that. Yeah. We're just, we're going to make this as easy as possible as we can on this. Okay. And we have water coming. Yeah. So, other than that, can you go with them? Oxygen. Okay. I want to bring a fan in here to some air circulating or anything? No, it's fine. Okay. Okay. Are you good to talk with us? Yes. Okay. Are you having trouble breathing? No. Okay. Let me know. Investigate some help. Are you good to talk to us? Help as in counsel? No, as in make sure you're okay physically. The paramedics check you out. Are you okay there? You good to talk to us? Yes. You good to talk to us? Okay, thanks. Can you is it okay if I call you James, by the way? Yeah, okay. What I'd like to do here, I'm sure you have some questions, and we have some questions. Okay? Before we have a chance to talk, okay, we're going to get a couple things out of the way, then we'll have a chance to talk, and I'll answer any questions that you might have. Fair enough? You understand that? Yes. Okay. I'm going to guide you here in the police department. Okay. I'm sure you've seen this on TV 100 times. Okay. I'm going to read this to you. If you have any questions.
It was not complete, Your Honor. I don't know what happened there. What about that? I believe it skipped ahead about 10 seconds. If we could just go back a little bit. That's a little bit more. I think that's fine right there.
Okay. I'm sure you've seen this on TV 100 times. Okay. I'm going to read this to you. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Okay. Let's try for victims through the unit. Children, something. Yeah. What about that? There wasn't any children hurt. I don't know. We'll get to that. I don't know. Okay. Let me read this to you, then I'll answer the questions that you might have. Okay. Again, you have questions about this, would you ask? Number one, your question? Yes, it's a formality that I'm going to by your professor at each spot.
Now, something happened with the audio there, but I think we could hear it. Is that an accurate depiction of the interview?
Yes, sir, it is.
I want to ask you a few questions about that. At some point, the defendant asks you about a sign that he had seen walking up to the interview room. Do you recall that question?
Yes, sir, I do.
Are you familiar with that building? You work in it. It's a ridiculous question, but it's one of those things lawyers have to ask. You familiar with the building?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what sign he would be referring to?
I do.
What does it say?
When you come up the third floor at the Aurora Police Department in the Detective Bureau, when you get off the elevator and you start heading to the north, immediately to your left on the west wall, there's a sign that says Crimes Against Children Unit. Directly below that is a sign that says Victim Services Unit. When Mr. Holmes was brought up to the Detective Bureau that evening, he walked past those two signs on his way to the interview room.
After you were done speaking with the defendant, did he remain in the interview room?
He did.
And did you later get him some more water?
I did.
I'd like to ask you, maybe I forgot to ask you this question before. What time did that interview start?
The interview actually started at 2:44 that morning.
I'd like to go forward a little bit to about 3:16 a.m. that morning. Did you observe the defendant doing anything in that interview room at that time?
I did. At 2:55 that morning, I took him a bottle of water. At 3:16, I went back to check on his status, basically. He was still seated alone in the interview room. He was sitting at the table, and the bottle of water that I had taken him was empty. And the cup that we had provided to him earlier was empty as well. He had the empty bottle of water standing upright, and he pulled that cup over to the edge of the table, to where it's maybe half off the table, and then with his finger, he would flip that up and trying to get that empty cup to land on top of the empty water bottle. I saw him do that about 4 or 5 times.
Thank you. I want to ask you a couple questions now about a later action that you took regarding a piece of evidence. Did you later respond to the crime scene?
I did.
About what time?
The first time I went to the crime scene was, I think, at about 4 o'clock that morning.
Did you at some point receive an item of evidence from an FBI agent, Tony Payne?
I did.
Where were you when you received that?
That was at 3:30 that afternoon. I was directed to go to the crime scene, to the rear of the theater where the suspect's car was parked. I was told to retrieve an iPhone that was in that car. When I went to the crime scene there and the car was being processed, there were 2 FBI evidence technicians working on the car. One of them, Tony Payne, handed me, put an iPhone out of the car into a clear plastic bag. At that point, I took possession of that bag. I returned the Aurora Police Department with the bag, and I turned that over to my counterpart, Detective Mark Yakino.
Can you spell that name for us, Yakino?
It's Yacano.
Now, you later on interviewed a lot of people, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm not going to ask you about the contents of those interviews, but do you have any idea about how many witnesses you spoke to?
I didn't speak to that many. It's actually about 7 or 8, I believe.
Thank you. Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further direct examination, and I doubt I'll need to call him again, but you never know, so I'd like to keep him under subpoena, and subject to possible recall, which I doubt I'll need.
All right. Is there any cross-examination at this time, Mr. King?
Not at this time, Judge, but we'd like to keep him on call under our subpoena as well.
All right. Let me see if there are any questions from the jury at this time. There do not appear to be any questions, but you're subject to recall by the prosecution, and then you may be called by the defense. So,
yes, sir.
All right, you're still under subpoena. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Call your next witness, please.
The people call Officer John Gonzalez.
Yes. Why don't you come up and just wait for us right there, please?
Did you enter Theater 9? Yes, I did. At what point in this process after you've taken position did you enter Theater 9? I made a cursory entry into the theater and was overcome with a chemical agent and unknown smoke, and I didn't know what it was, so I stepped back out. At that point, I was met by several other officers that arrived on scene.
Are you familiar with chemical smokes or chemical, like the odor that you smelled in the theater?
Yes, I am.
And what was it?
I couldn't identify it. I knew it had a strong odor of a smoke, but there was another kind of a chemical that was inside it. I couldn't identify at that time. I wasn't sure of what it was. That's why I stepped out and told the other officers to get our gas mask so we can re-enter.
Did you air that gas masks would be needed for officers to enter the theater?
Yes, I did.
Did you enter into the theater?
As we were getting ready to enter the theater, several juveniles came out. There was 3 of them. 2 was carrying one. It appeared that the one that they were carrying was shot. They informed me that the shooter was still inside the theater and he was still actively shooting.
Did you enter the theater alone?
No, I did not.
And why not?
I was waiting. I put together a critical entry team so we can enter the theater as a team. I sent 2 officers to the right side or the south side, and I entered and I went into the north side.
So if you entered on the north side, if you are facing the theater, would that be your right or your left if you're facing the theater screen?
Left.
When you entered the theater, you entered, you said, from the left side?
That's correct.
And how did you go down the hallway?
When you enter the theater, there's a short door, double doors that you enter in through, and then it tees off to the right and to the left. And then you make another turn, and then you enter into the theater that way.
Were you the first officer into the theater?
Yes, I was.
When you came down the hallway, what did you see?
It was really poorly lit. It was dark. The movie was still playing. As I rounded the corner and I could see all the way down to the end of the where the screen was, I saw a body lying halfway in, halfway out into the hallway as I approached inside the theater.
What could you hear in the theater?
I could hear the fire alarms going off. The movie was playing. It was really loud. You could hear the faint voices of crying, people crying out for help. And like I said, my vision was kind of obscured at that time because of the smoke, and the chemical agent was pretty lingering in the theater at that time.
Were you looking for a shooter in the theater at that point?
Yes, that was our mission.
How did you do that?
We look for obviously when we come in, we're looking for any aggressive movement. We're looking for anybody obviously that's shooting or engaging people. What we did immediately is we came in, we went up each of the aisles that go all the way up to the top. We searched the top, came back down, did a secondary search. At that point, we weren't able to find any hostile people at that time.
Were there a lot of people in the theater?
Yes.
Were there people in every row of the theater?
As I said, my vision was obscured when I first came in. The only light was from the movie theater, meaning from the movie that was playing. And then you can see that there was people down on every aisle. Hands up, people bent over chairs, a lot of people on the ground, people in the aisles, in the main aisles, people in the aisles in between the seats.
So when you searched the theater, how did you do it? You went from when you entered on the bottom, where the bottom rows are, and did you go to the top?
Yeah, we did a methodical search. We actually did the main area first, made sure there was no one down there. Then we went up, and then we actually walked through each aisle to make sure that there was nobody armed or anybody actually shooting at that time. And then we went and checked the back, and then we went back down and did it again.
While you were in the theater, did you ever hear that a suspect had been taken into custody?
I did not know.
How long did it take to search the theater?
We were pretty quick when we first went in there. Like I said, when I first rounded that corner on the bottom, I could look up and I could see there was no one standing at that time. Everybody was down. There was no one moving, very hostile. There was nobody shooting. There was nobody doing anything violent at that time. And then, like I said, I took one side, the other guys took the other side. We went up all the way to the top, then we went all the way back down. Then like I said, we went through each aisle and made sure there was no one shooting or hurting anybody at that time.
At some point, did the lights come up in the theater?
I had got on the radio and advised dispatch to send somebody to get hold of the management office and turn on the lights and turn off the movie because it was very difficult to ascertain what was going on at the movie in the theater at that time.
Did that occur?
Yes, it did.
Did it take very long for that to occur?
Actually, I think it occurred relatively quickly.
Once the lights came up, were you able to determine whether or not there was a shooter in Theater 9?
I was not able to determine there was a shooter at that time, no.
Did you find anybody who appeared to you to be a shooter still in Theater 9?
No.
Once the lights had come up, looking around, did it appear to you that you needed to have medical help respond?
It was very apparent at that time there was multiple critical victims down in the theater. You can see the injuries very plain, and it was obviously that we needed more assistance to get there. And I got on the air and I asked for assistance. I told them that we had several people down in the theater and I needed medical attention.
Did you personally try to get people out of the theater?
At that time when the lights came on, I noticed we had a lot of critical victims down, and I was standing in between about halfway in the theater. And when the lights came on, I saw a young lady hit my feet. And I could tell she had a gunshot wound to the leg. And I looked down, and I could see that the officers we had control of the east exit at that time, which is a fire exit that goes out to the east side. We picked her up. I had another officer help me pick her up, and I knew that it was very critical at that time, and time was a factor, that we get these people to an area where we can get them immediate medical attention. At that time, I took her and we took her outside to the east parking lot, and we set up a triage area out there. I directed other officers to grab other injured, and we started evacuating people out that east door.
Did you yourself make multiple trips in and out of the theater?
I probably did maybe half dozen, running back and forth and grabbing victims and carrying people outside to the east side.
At some point, the people who were being gathered on the east side of the theater, did you start putting them into patrol cars?
I aired again for medical attention, telling them we were taking them out to the east side. I saw the officers carrying people out. I noticed that we were getting more and more victims outside, and on one of the trips when I was carrying somebody out, I noticed a police patrol car out there. We just started loading them in the police cars. We'd open up, a car would pull up, and I'd open up the door, put them in the back seat, run around the other side, because it was very difficult for us just to put them in the car. We'd load them in the car, 1, 2, sometimes 3 at a time, and that car would take off, and another police car would just pull up, and we just repeat the process.
That objection is untimely. You have to object in a timely fashion after a question is asked, not after an answer. Go ahead.
When you were in the theater, did you see any firearms?
Yes, I did.
Sustained.
Did you check the people who were in the theater who ultimately were left in the theater after people had been taken out to determine if any of them were not in fact deceased?
Sustained.
Did you find a person in the theater who you initially thought might not have made it, but in fact did?
Yes, I did.
Overruled.
Can you please explain the circumstances of that person?
As we started taking people out, it was very difficult because of some of the people are really critical, and they weren't responsive. So we would double check and make sure they were okay. Plus, as it got really thin and we were down to just a few people in the theater, we weren't sure if we were still looking for a shooter or not. So I would check each one to make sure that they were not playing dead or or hiding in the theater or underneath people. At one point, I found a young gentleman was not responsive. Checked his vitals. I think he's one of the last ones we took out, and we determined later on that I was able to determine that he was breathing, so we were able to carry him out.
Did you learn his name?
I can't remember. I think it was Bankett or Bank.
Do you recall if it was Stefan Moten?
I believe he was one of them, yes.
I'm sorry?
I believe that was one of the names, yes.
One moment. Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Higgs, do you have cross-examination?
I do not, thank you, officer. I would like to put something on the record, though, when you get in.
Okay. Sir, if you would give us a moment, see if the jury has any questions. The jury may have a question. Thank you. Would counsel please approach? Officer, the jury has submitted some questions that I have found are appropriate based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law. So I'm going to ask you those questions now. The first question is, when you arrived inside, actually it says outside Theater 9, did you hear shooting?
I did not.
The next question is, how long did the shooting go on, if you know?
I do not know.
And the last question is, did you know at the time where the shooter went? And again, only if you know.
I do not know.
All right. Any follow-up questions, Ms. Pearson?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Higgs, any follow-up questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. May this witness be excused? May be released from his subpoena?
You may.
Any objection?
No.
All right. Sir, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, it's a little bit after 5 o'clock, and so I'm going to go ahead and adjourn for the day. I gave you the advisements on Thursday. I'm going to give them to you again probably tomorrow in full, or maybe the next day, but I'm confident that you know them by heart. Please make sure that you abide by each and every one of those advisements. All of them are mandatory. All of them are important, extremely important, and each and every one of you is bound by them. Again, I remind you that you should avoid the temptation of thinking along the lines of, well, just one little violation won't hurt anything. Just one time is no big deal. That's very, very dangerous thinking, and it's improper. Any single little violation, first of all, there's no such thing as a little violation, but any violation would be a big problem. we are trusting that you will follow all of the advisements, every single one of them. Secondly, please avoid the thinking of, well, who's going to find out? Avoid that type of thinking, because that again would be improper for you to think that it's okay to violate one of the advisements, because nobody will find out. And frankly, as I've mentioned before, the likelihood is that we will find out. So avoid violating any of the advisements. Make sure you follow each and every one of them, okay? All right, with that, have a good evening, get some rest tonight, and I'll see you tomorrow morning at the usual time, okay? Thank you, folks. 8:15 tomorrow. Thank you. And juror number 872, good luck with that tooth. Thank you for being a trooper. Reflect that the jury has now exited the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. By the way, folks, I went back and checked Exhibit 4518, and that was one of the pictures that was subject to Order D98B. And so I checked my notes, and I was reminded of the fact that I did review that photo, and I ruled on that photo in the order. So in terms of the two exhibits that people had initially said were 260 and 261, were those mislabeled, or did you just read the numbers wrong?
Can't read today, Your Honor.
Okay, but they were labeled correctly, and we don't need to correct the labeling. Correct. All right, great. And for the record again, those should be 2660 and 2661. All right, is there anything else on behalf of the people before we adjourn?
That's right.
Your Honor, and I spoke with the defense about this request as well. The parties are requesting that, with the court's permission, the court would slightly relax the rules of the overflow courtroom, such that all of the witnesses would have to obey by the decorum order and be quiet and have the utmost respect, but that people who wanted to go to the overflow courtroom be allowed to leave and come back, not just when the court breaks. Part of the reason is that some of the victims who want to attend court and be in the overflow room have to drop off their children at the daycare, and they can't make it back here and through security in time, so then they miss the whole morning session, and they've traveled here from out of state to be here. And in addition, for victims who think that they need to leave this courtroom to obey with the decorum order, once they regain their composure, they'd like an opportunity to go back to the overflow room. And the defense indicated that they had some people as well who'd like that opportunity to be able to come and go more freely.
All right, is that correct, Ms. Brady? All right. Without objection, I will grant that request. I think it's a request that makes sense.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So it is granted. Anything else from the people? No? Anything else from anything from the defense? Ms. Spengler.
Your Honor, I expect testimony from a prosecution witness tomorrow, and I expect the district attorney will attempt to introduce a transcript of an audio recording between the witness and Mr. Holmes. And I want to let the court know up front that we're going to be objecting to that transcript being introduced as evidence, and I would like the court to have the time to review the transcript in the event that the court feels that's necessary. I wanted to draw your attention to the anticipated objection we will have tomorrow.
Are you objecting to the accuracy of the transcript?
In part, yes.
Do you have a transcript that you think is more accurate? Do you have a transcript of that recording?
I understand the court's question.
I changed the question. Do you have a transcript of the recording?
I have, Judge, I think that's asking for attorney-client or privilege and information that's for a product. I'm letting the court know that I am objecting to, and will anticipate objecting to, the prosecution's proposed exhibit.
Okay. Who wants to address that argument? If you would go to the microphone, please.
It's my witness, Your Honor, so I guess I will. It's Special Agent Governor, Your Honor, and I think, well, I know that you've heard the recording because we had a motions hearing about it. The recording was made with a small handheld digital voice recorder, and the quality is not that great. We had a transcript that we had previously provided to the court. I have had Agent Governor, who was present for the recording, go through that transcript and make it as accurate as he can. And he has made corrections and has made it as accurate as possible. I don't know any other way to make that transcript more accurate.
And that recording is difficult to hear and to understand.
That is correct. And what my plan was to introduce both the recording and the transcript and ask that I be able to distribute copies of that transcript to the jury as they listen to the recording, which I anticipate would be admitted as evidence, which I think would assist them in understanding what is in the transcript. Now,
you just want the jurors to be able to follow along as the recording is being played.
Right.
And then are you intending to introduce the transcript into evidence?
Well, I don't see a way to show it to the jurors unless I do that. So I think that the rules of evidence would make me do that. But if there's a way, I don't need them to have it as a transcript. I just want them to be able to understand what's on the recording, and this is the best way to do that.
I know there's some case law on this, and I'll look it up tonight. I don't know that you're right that the transcript has to be admitted if the jurors are allowed to follow along as the tape is playing. But I'll look at the case law in any event. And you're saying that you had the recording transcribed. Who transcribed the recording? I know that you said that Agent Gumbiner checked it for accuracy, but who initially transcribed it?
And initially, a secretary at our office transcribed it. But
and is this someone who is certified to do transcripts?
No, they're not a court reporter, which is why I had Agent Gumbiner, who was present and has listened to it, go through it word for word and make it accurate. So I don't think a court reporter could do a better job because the court reporter wasn't there. Court reporter didn't hear it. So. Are they objecting to my argument, Your Honor? I mean, I am allowed to make argument. They might not like it, but I'm an attorney in this case, and I should be able to make arguments.
Hold on, one at a time. He's allowed to make the argument. I'll let you make an argument in reply after he's done. So let him finish his argument, please. All right, take a deep breath. Mr. Orman, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I think that the question is not who creates a transcript in a situation like this. The question is it accurate? It's like a photograph. Is it accurate? And I think this is as accurate as it'll ever get, and it's as accurate as is possible. Is it going to be perfect? No. I don't think we can make a perfect transcript. So that's the situation.
And you're saying that the most accurate way to transcribe the recording is through Agent Gumbiner because he was there and he is in a better position to understand what he said and what he heard, as opposed to having a court reporter listen to it and try to figure out what is on the recording.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
No. I mean, I don't know that I had a copy ready for Your Honor right now, but I'm sure we have it if you want me to give you a copy.
Sure, that would be helpful. And then a copy of the CD would be helpful too if you have an extra copy.
I'm sure I do. I mean, this isn't...
Sure, we probably have one too. Actually, we have one. So well, don't worry about that. If you have a copy of the transcript, that would be helpful.
You don't have a copy, though, of the redacted version, Your Honor, which this is. So, and I should have both of those. I didn't ask my paralegal to have them at my fingertips right this second, so it may take a minute or two to find them, and they may have them at the office ready to bring over in the morning. I'm just not sure.
I'll give you a minute and a half.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, Ms. Spengler, your turn. Go to the microphone, please.
Your Honor, what the district attorney cannot do in their argument is purposefully argue what is inflammatory and will prejudice the defense, and I am making contemporaneous objections to his argument as Mr. Holmes' attorney in this case. But regarding the transcript and the audio recording, there are parts that are inaudible. The court has heard it. The parties talk over each other. The voices go in and out. And so if you have a lead investigator in the prosecution of James Holmes, meaning Agent Gumbiner, as the person who is going through and editing a transcript that goes to this jury that they will then be reviewing as they're watching this audio recording, that is a problem. And that is something that I think this court needs to say no to, and the jury should review the recording uninfluenced by what's contained in this edited transcript by a lead agent who's closely involved with the prosecution of Mr. Holmes. And that is the record that I'll make right now. I would rely on the United States and Colorado Constitution, Mr. Holmes' right to due process, fair trial, as well as the Eighth Amendment.
In terms of interrupting Mr. Orman, I disagree with you. The jury's not here. We're outside the presence of the jury, and so I think the right way to handle that is to allow him to finish the argument and then stand up and disagree with him. In terms of the substance of what's in dispute here, this is not the first time that a court of law is considering the admission of an exhibit in which people talk over each other, and it's difficult to understand what they're saying. And I know that there's case law on this because the point is to try to allow the jury to understand the evidence and not to try to play games with the jury so that the jury won't understand. Now, you're right, it has to be accurate, and that's why I was asking, do you have a transcript that you think is more accurate? Now, you don't have to provide it to me, and that's okay, but I'm going to have to decide whether this is appropriate based on the case law and based on the representation that they're making. So if you have another transcript that you would like me to consider, great, I'll do that. If not, then I'll look at the case law and I'll make that decision and give you my decision tomorrow morning. Okay? Yes.
I would like to hand the court a copy of
okay.
marker identification of People's Exhibit 1023A and 1023B.
All right. Thank you. Frankly, even the recording that played earlier today at times was difficult to understand, and I wondered whether either side wanted a transcript to be given to the jurors so they could follow along. I didn't ask you because neither side brought it up, and so I figured you're both comfortable with it, but at times it was a little difficult to understand. So, and I know because we've had motions hearings and I've ruled on these issues that there are transcripts out there, and I know that I had to listen to some of these recordings over and over again to try to figure out what was said, because sometimes it's difficult to understand what is contained within these audio exhibits. But in any event, I'll look at the law and I'll follow the law and give you my decision tomorrow morning. I understand you're objecting. I'm not saying that I will allow it. I will give you folks a decision first thing tomorrow morning. All right? Okay, thank you, folks. Have a good evening. I'll see you tomorrow. The court will be in recess.